thought it was about the dogs. Nah, it's about power. Yeah. Put up to the specialty, sunrise on the ground. Dogs in the grooming tents, whispers all around. Catalog smiles with the tension in the air. Every handshake got a hidden little snare. Bored in the back room, running quiet little schemes. Bylaws in the pocket like a stack of poker dreams. Say it's for the breed, but they guarding their throne. If you question anything, they coming for your bone. Grievance in the envelope, certified mail. Club just a system, but the day.
Oh, song is epic. Oh my goodness. That describes the CCAA to a T.
There is a whole song in my playlist. Go to the song. It is called Pedigree Database, or I forget what it's called. But anyway, look for the it has the CCAA sitting at a table with, like trophies and ribbons and stuff. And then it has Poppy's head sitting like this, the tattoo that I have. Yeah. It has his head sitting like this. Just look for that. Play that song by itself. You can hear the whole thing. It's like 3 minutes long, but it's so epic.
That describes it 100%.
So that's the intro. And then the outro is the end part of this. It's epic too. I had to split it up to do 30 seconds because you can't play a whole you can't have somebody sitting the whole 3 minutes because it's crazy.
To keep people's attention, unfortunately, you do have to keep the intro short.
Right. So anyway, okay. So happy Mother's Day, everyone. And then, for all the mothers and for the people that don't have anywhere to go, I thought I'd go live and do everything. And then, see, just trying to chill out and have a place to talk. And I invited Will. I'm going to just call you Will because I know you can pronounce your name, but I just call you Will because it just makes it easier for me.
Yeah.
So pronounce your name and tell everybody about your kennel.
Well, like most people, they see the face, they recognize it. Will Wisner from Whispering Pines Cane Corso. We've started our kennel circa 2010. In that era is when we first obtained our first Cane Corso specimen out of Jamco Canine Facility in Angola, New York. It was heavy American bloodlines is where we got our start. I'm also the creator and founder of the traditional Cane Corso registry that is LLC'd as well as trademarked, copywritten, etc. The whole nine. And I've got a pretty horrible name in the Corso scene. If you ask some people and other people, they'll tell you I've got a pretty darn good name because I stand behind what I breed.
Right. Now you breed for the all-around Corso, right? Like because I know I've seen some of your Corsos. They work your farm. You have a farm, and they work your goats and all that stuff. So tell me a little bit about that.
Well, yeah, I started when I first got into the scene. I was real big and into research and delving into the historical traits of what the breed was originally used for pre-Roman insertion, whether you use the Canis pugnacis or the quote-unquote descendant of the Cane Corso, that the Cane Corso supposedly descended from the Canis pugnacis, the original Roman war dog. This fantasy that a lot of people use to sell dogs is that fallacy of hey, look, this is the original Roman war dog. When I'm describing the Cane Corso to potential customers or people that want education on the breed itself, this does get brought up, but I also bring up the equation of what happened prior to this, which is the herding, the droving, the farm protection, the livestock guardianship roles that they pursued, the hunting. We'll use this for an example. Color was an extreme example. You have the Formentino, not to be confused with Formentino. The Formentino is the glorified straw color, true Italian name for that straw color. The Haystack dog is written in books by Dr. Flavio Bruno, which all I got to do. You know, Il Cane Corso, and this one is the one by Dr. Flavio Bruno, as you can see there. It talks about this, as well as this Il Cane Corso book by Fernando Casalini and Stefano Gadolfi. Like, they talk heavily about this on the traditional uses of the dog, because that is what ultimately needs preserved: the herding, droving, hunting. This is the common misconception, and this blows my mind on how many people do not understand what Cane Corso actually means.
Right.
You have people out there meaning that this is the guardian, the dog guardian is how it's truly pronounced, and cane is dog.
Right.
Corso is to course, to run.
Right.
It is the last coursing mastiff in the world. The Neo don't do it. The Borbal doesn't do it. The Tosa don't do it. None of these breeds do it anymore. There are no more coursing Mastinos in the world. The Cane Corso is the only one that does it now. And if you're not preserving traditional traits, you deal with issues like brachiocephalic, therefore detracting from this ability to be a coursing mastiff. So I breed to a standard that I not only spent weeks, months writing, as well as getting approval from Dr. Flavio Bruno, Dr. Paolo Breber, etc. All these old heads that were in the original preservation, and to incorporate my particular program into that, to have dogs that were actually functional. When you've got a dog that's sitting at 33% muzzle to head ratio, your chances of having a dog that is brachiocephalic is drastically increased, which is why the breed itself, because this AKC standard is at 33%, it's on a do not fly list. Right. They do not like dogs that are prone to brachiocephalic episodes to fly, because it's a flight risk. So when you turn around and you take that 33% and move it to 36, 37% ratio, because the original standard was, if I'm not mistaken, 40%. The original standard was 40%, and then they swapped it down to the 33% to fit the Basir standard, right. which he was the Basir template was 33%, and that was a heavy Dirium line dog created by Vito Endeavory, and I'm probably butchering that last name.
Right, I think everybody gets the point because they know who he is, right?
Yeah. So the Dirium bloodline creator Vito, and this template. Granted, the dog looks great, looks badass. That's template. That's what everybody's striving to look at.
Right. I was put pictures for you so that we could show them why we're talking. But go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to play that.
This particular template I consider inaccurate, because if you've got a dog that's brachiocephalic, it cannot run, it cannot course as per the breed description.
Right.
And the difference between coursing and guardianship, the names are drastically different. Italian cohort is protector, COHORT, cohort, and that's what the legionaries, the Roman legionaries, they formed cohorts, protectors,
right?
And there's a huge difference between cohort and corso. Corso is to run, to course, to run. And that's where a lot of people, they mistake, oh, well, this is solely a guardian breed, because you got people out there promoting this fallacy that they're just a guardian breed. They don't look at the larger in-depth picture of the utilitarian side of the breed, right, and what these individuals have done before conscription into the Roman legion, cavalry, etc., whatever they were, their cohorts, because that's what they called their units, were cohorts.
Right.
This entire thing has been completely misguided by the masses. It's a huge misguiding. And when I promote my dogs, I promote the workability and the utilitarian side. Okay. I'll give you an example. Actual true service work. It takes a rare Cane Corso because of their defense drive. It takes an exceptional dog to qualify as a true service animal, whether they're doing weight bearing support. And when I say service animal, I'm talking for disabilities. Not, some people mislabel an SA, service animal, as a personal protection dog. Okay, those, and then there's those few individuals out there that say, oh, well, I've got a service animal and a protection dog in the same one. Bullshit.
Right.
There's no sugarcoating this. It's bullshit, because the two trainings contradict each other. You got a dog that's trained for personal protection, and then you've got a dog that's trained for service work.
Right.
How is a first responder going to come rescue you if your dog is trained to protect you? It's not going to allow that first responder near you.
Right.
It's asinine. Those people out there that say they got both a personal protection dog and a service animal in one, yeah, you may have one that has the ability to do a specific task-oriented job, i.e. weight-bearing support, or we'll use IED management, intermittent explosive disorder, where they're trained to pull your mind off of what you're having your rage episode on. And they'll either grab your arm or grab your pant leg, do something to pull your attention from that issue.
Right.
They may be able to do that. But in a real scenario where you have a real life episode and you have to have a first responder, or you're having an episode in a store and one of the store associates comes up to you and even remotely tries to touch you, what's that dog going to do?
Right. I always wondered that when you have those people that train personal protection or do bite work and then say that they have a service animal, because I think, why would you flip that switch when you have two, right?
Exactly.
So that was always my question of doing both, right? I understand that you want protection, but your dog should be the deterrent, right? You have a dog. And if you have, like, say, a Doberman, because, for me, Doberman is my heart breed, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I have two Corsos, as you know, but the thing is like, I wouldn't train a Doberman in protection work and service work, which Dobermans make great service dogs.
Absolutely. I've met quite a few.
Right. But I wouldn't train that dog also in protection work. They're a deterrent on their own just by looks alone, just like a Corso would be just in looks alone. I wouldn't train them for protection in bite work. I wouldn't flip that switch for the same reason is I wouldn't want to have an episode and then have that dog
potentially euthanized.
Right. Because for the novelty of the dog alone, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, if that dog would do something because I flipped that switch, even if it didn't mean something, it would be, well, you've trained that dog to do that. So now this is the issue.
Now a danger, it's a liability. It can no longer participate because if it does not conform to the ADA guidelines,
right,
you lose all protections. Right. If the animal is defecating and urinating in the store. Riding in a cart is another big issue that I have noticed that is hugely rampant with service animals. Is you got a lot of these people claiming they've got a legitimate service animal and they stick them in a cart, and the next thing you know, they're shitting in the cart.
Well, now we have these sites, right, that are now on
all across the internet,
right, where you can just now get a fake one, right? Because see, with me having celiac disease, I want to get a dog that's trained to detect gluten so that I can go to grocery stores and stuff like that and do all that kind of stuff. Like go out to eat and do all that, because I haven't been out to eat in like 17 years. So I would love to be able to have a service dog to do that. I would love to train a Corso to do that, but I wouldn't train a Corso to also do protection work. I mean, to me, that's just,
It's asinine.
right. Yeah, right.
It's asinine. That's the only way I can describe it. It's
Right.
asinine.
Right.
In my
It's moronic to me, because I think, well, if I would go somewhere and then that dog decides that it doesn't like a person because I'm going out to eat, now it doesn't like that person. Now I've just created an issue, right?
say that person walks by the table. All they do is walk by the table, and your dog
Right.
starts acting a fool.
Right.
Now you're excused from the restaurant, and you're also creating not only a liability,
Right.
but you're also creating a bad name, not only for the breed,
Right.
but for other individuals out there that have genuine issues.
Right.
And we'll say this individual hypothetically has genuine issues.
Right.
It,
Well, and that's the truth, right? Because I think about that all the time, and I think about just the issues of it's the novelty of owning those breeds. It's no different when I bred Dobermans. The novelty of owning that breed alone is there, right? And so when you create those issues of wanting a service dog and then also training for those things, you think, well, what kind of issues? Because like you said, I mean, my husband even said that. So you've created that issue. What if somebody needed to come in your home because you are having an episode, say you have seizures, say you have whatever, and you know, he can't come home or whatever, and somebody has to come in your home and you have a service dog. So you've done the CGC, you've done the service test, you actually have a registered service dog.
Yeah.
They're expecting
performs a specific task.
Right. They're expecting that dog to act a certain way, but it doesn't allow that person to come in the home. But they can't get to you. But also, what if they get bit or whatever because you've trained it to do this other task that they don't expect it to be? Because when, you know, EMS, fire department, police expect a dog to act a certain way because
Especially a service animal.
But then they see the breed, right? The breed. I mean, if it was a Shih Tzu, they're not going to expect it to attack.
Yeah. Most people would not train a golden retriever, Shih Tzu, or any of these other breeds like a Labrador retriever. These are typical breeds that you see doing
service dogs. Right. I mean, even a giant schnauzer, I know, like for like celiac disease, there is one giant schnauzer because there's only a handful of dogs that are trained for service for celiac disease. And there is one giant schnauzer. Now those dogs they do great in IPG, right? But they're not going to train them to do service and
protection sports.
You train one or the other. And that's the thing. It's like, pick a lane. What would you want? I understand the all around dog, but it's like, you know, if I'm going to do search, I can do search and rescue. I can do IPG. I can do all these things, but I'm not going to do service where I can go out in public and create a life with this dog all around that way. And, you know,
it makes no sense. It's asinine. It's two trainings that contradict each other, which boils back to the original statement of the Cane Corso is a Utilitarian breed. If you have stable bloodlines, you should be able to produce a dog like this. You should be able to estimate one dog. If you've got good, stable genetics, stable temperaments, dogs with level heads, you should be able to produce a Utilitarian plethora within your litter. Right. You'll have one that's for guardianship, guaranteed. Right. Every damn time you'll have one that is well suited, right, to do a guardianship role. You should have a dog that is going to be suitable, or what I would qualify as, because there's no guarantee in any litter. Anybody that says the average service animal prospect is 7%. Most people don't understand this. The pass rate is 7% of dogs.
Even with lines that are like literally bred for those type of things.
Mm-hmm.
When I was looking into service animals, right, because of certain things, right?
Yeah.
So when I was looking into, and I'm not going to go into full detail of why I was looking into it, but the thing is, when I was looking into service animals, I couldn't believe the
so low.
Yeah, the fast fail rate of animals that are actually bred with statistics for those animals.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you take two parents that actually are bred from animals that have those genetics, and I couldn't believe that. I was like, holy crap, the fail rate. I mean, even if they make it, these are the puppies.
3/4 of the way through the program,
and then they still flush them, and I was like, wow, that's amazing. So I mean, I understand why the price is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't believe how many fail even after 6 months, a year, 2 years, they still can't meet the criteria.
And a lot of people, they don't understand it takes approximately 2.5 years to have a fully trained service animal. And that's an individual that has passed that 7% successful rate.
Right.
And this is across all breeds. So with the utilitarian side, you've got to pick your pup. You can have a prospect, but that's no guarantee. It's no different than these individuals. Oh, well, this is a show quality pup. No, you're misleading. You're misadvertising the whole nine. You have a prospect.
Right.
Plain and simple. If you advertise as this is definitely going to be a killer show dog, you can advertise it all you want.
Right.
But you're lying to yourself. You're lying to the public. You're lying to your client. You have a potential prospect that could be banging. And then 6 months later, what the hell? It looks like a hot box of rocks. Like it's a mess. Right. I've looked at dogs that have gotten puppy championships and grand championships, which is ridiculous. Like I got the grand champion puppy, and then at 15 months now, this dog now looks like a hot mess. Its jaw structure has changed. And a lot of people say, well, that can't happen. It can. Right. I've watched it happen.
Well, and some lines mature slower. I think puppies get championships or grand championships. It's kind of a fallacy if you look at it, because I think that I think a lot of puppies getting championships or grand championships shouldn't. I think they should play around in the show ring just to get used to it, get the socialization, get the idea of what they should be doing. But honestly, I don't think anything should become a champion or a grand championship until it's at least 2 years old. And the reason I say that is because so many of these lines don't even mature out until they're
hit about 18 months.
Right. Well, and not only that, the maturity wise, brain wise, if you look at a lot of these breeds, especially with the Corso, Corsos at 15 to 18 months old, they go through this weird stage that they're really either hitting
looking like giraffes.
Well, yeah, but mentally they go through this stage. And if you look at a lot of these people want to get rid of their dogs, they're placing them in rescue, euthanizing them, doing all this stuff, because breeders aren't telling them that this 15 to 18-month-old stage, they go through this issue where you either are going to bring them through it or you're not, depending on your training, and depending on how you started training them, depending also what was in the whelping box, like what started out in the whelping box, you know what I mean? Because if they're not mentally stable, that 15 to 18-month-old stage can be a hell of a play on a lot of people. And so, with Corsos, you have to really look at whether you're going to bring them through this dominant stage or this, hormonal stage of whether or not they're going to become fear biters, aggression biters, dogs that are going to start, showing dominance or, resource guarding, all this shit that they're going through. And you're either going to bring them through it or people are going to just start getting rid of them, because that's usually when you start seeing all these ads where they attacked my dog, they attacked my kids, they attacked me. They all of a sudden just went batshit crazy and I don't know what happened to them. It's usually around that 15 to 18-month-old stage. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so by that time, they've already got their championship. They've been bred how many times? All this shit that's like just wackadoo crazy that I think if they wouldn't have had that championship, or also you start seeing seizure issues, you start seeing, CVI issues.
And them seizure issues are a real big issue within the breed, because guess what? 12 to 18 months is the typical time frame that the epilepsy shows up.
Right. And that's the thing. But by this time, they already have their championship, grand championship, their, silver, gold, bronze, whatever. By this time, they've been, and they've been bred how many times without real health testing. They've got how many litters on the ground because, well, we don't have to worry about it, but they're a champion. So, and all this shit. So this is when we're seeing all the health issues, their mental stability, all this shit is starting to pop up around that stage. And, all of a sudden, but once they've won their championship, you never hear about that dog again until a health issue pops up from get, right? Yeah. So then you're like, well, wait, where was this dog? When was this dog? Blah, blah, blah. But then you see the pictures and you think, that was that dog?
Mm-hmm.
Because now they're 2 or whatever, 15, 18, 2 years old, 24 months, whatever. And that dog looks like a piece of shit and should have never won a championship. Mm-hmm. I mean, if we're all being honest, right?
Yeah.
And then some of these lines are so slow maturing that they don't really look good. I mean, some of these males, and some bitches too, but some of these males don't really look good until they're about 3 or 4 years old. And I'm not saying they shouldn't get their championship until they're 3 or 4, but man, some of these males look really good. And then some of these males look like
they're a hot mess.
Where did that come from?
And that boils back to the utilitarian side, this whole deal,
relax. We can totally see you. Like, just sit back and relax. I can see you sitting back.
I with my back disorder, I constantly I've got 9 herniated discs, unfortunately. So you'll see me moving around quite a bit because I'm trying to get comfortable. I do the same thing when I'm
I totally forgot. Sorry. I just want you to feel like you had to sit up on your camera.
No, you'll see me doing that quite a bit. I've done that on damn near every live that I've been on.
Okay.
Where you see me constantly moving around and having the 9 herniated discs. Thankfully, the hip replacements went well.
Yeah.
So that's one less issue to deal with, but
right.
The back issues later on. So that's one issue you'll see me moving back and forth. It's not because I'm on speed or because I don't think you're on. No, I got to clarify that for some of the viewers because this goes back to my time frame inside of the Corso community.
They all think.
I'd be sitting there smoking on screen, and they go, "Well, you're in your Pinewood box and all this other jazz." Like,
right?
This crackhead, he's a pill popping junkie, right. Your mama's Pinewood box. That was a lot of the individuals that I did exposures on in the early. Well, it would be prior to 2020. So like 2015 to 2019, circa in that particular ballpark time frame. It gives a gist of how long I've been into Corsos. When I got my first one in 2010.
Right.
My selection went based on the utilitarian aspect because at that particular kennel, I was presented 2 options. I was presented this blue female Tasha that I chose, who in my research looking at I don't know if I have this one saved on my computer, but eventually I'll have to send it to you. But there's a Corso photo floating around from approximately 1953. It shows clearly a dilute dog, I do believe, in my opinion, because the color I don't think it's a color photo. I think it's a black and white, but in my opinion, the dog is a blue. And the head structure and everything is identical to the female that I selected versus this other female, which in my opinion, I have to clearly state this, in my opinion, was what I would classify as a hyper type dog, extremely boxer type phenotype, like mushed in face, severely undershot, like more than a quarter an inch. And this dog still had breeding rights. And the dog was ICCF registered. Like, what happened to people following the standard? Like, this boils back to my registry and my anger towards individuals that go, well, I know this is an inferior quality dog, but you give me an extra $400 and I'll give you full rights. Like,
no, that's how everything is nowadays. I do lives on. Do you realize that people charge now $1,000 for AKC papers for full rights? $1,000 extra. All this stuff I don't understand. Like, the dog should be the dog. I don't give any more love or care or vet care, any more training, any more anything to a pet quality dog than I do a show quality dog, a breedable dog. I mean, well, the dog isn't breedable unless it's show quality anyway. But like, the thing is like, I don't give any more care or love or training or anything to this puppy than that puppy. Why is there $1,000 extra? People are nickel and diming people to death for everything. It was $1,000 extra for the papers. It's $1,000 extra for the ears and tails and all this stuff. And I'm like, why? If you're doing tails and ears,
why isn't it included in your price?
Right.
Why are you charging extra? You should have all of this done before you have a litter. You should have your croppings all set up. Like the vet that I use out of Michigan for my crops.
Right.
I drive my ass all the way to Michigan for my crops because I prefer the Italian standard at 1.25.
Right.
Measures. That is the crop that I have done on every single litter, with exception. I have 2 litters that I haven't done crops on. I had my 2014 production that it was literally hit or miss. I fell into that fallacy of, well, do you want your dog cropped or docked? It's X amount to have this. I stopped messing with all of that. All my dogs now come fully cropped and docked. Like,
if you own a cropped and docked breed, it should be cropped and docked. It is still legal to do it here in America, and then
continue to do it until it becomes illegal.
People used to call me and say, "Well, I don't want cropped or docked." Well, then go get a coon hound.
Exactly.
Because that's what you're asking me for. And my breed is cropped and docked, and you will get a cropped and docked breed. And and I never did, well, do you want military crop? Do you want a medium crop? Do you want a show crop? I never did that. They all came with show crops. Period. You don't get to pick and choose what ear crop you get. You don't get to pick and choose whether you get dew claws. Mine didn't come with dew claws. The whole bullshit is they need dew claws. No, they fucking do not need dew claws. I'm sorry.
Well, there's a lot of people in the what is it, IPG or IPO? One of those particular ones. They need a dew claw because when they grab a hold of the person, they got, it's like their appendage, and they got to grab a hold like this.
Oh, I fight so many people on that. Nope, I do dew claws and tails. I do ears, and it all gets done. Period. I can't stand dew claws.
Even when I was running my Aussies, the biggest thing when I went and got my puppy, Aussie puppies or ACDs, there's 2 different breeds there. You got the Aussie, which is Australian Shepherd. Okay. Right. And then you have the ACD, the Australian Cattle Dog, AKA the healer.
Right.
One thing I was adamant about as soon as I've gotten a pup, especially those breeds, I have the dew claws, whether they have front and rears, absolutely removed. Like, I pay for the amputation because they're already over the age threshold. And there's a specific reason why.
The first time you get one ripped off when you're out in the field, you'll remove the claws.
You learn real quick to carry staunch powder with you. Absolutely imperative when we're out working in the woods, even when we're just going on walks. I no longer have to deal with that now because what do? What did I learn? I get them removed. Okay, so back in the day, I always carried what is called Wonder Dust. It's equine's best friend.
I love Wonder Dust. I use Wonder Dust on everything. Oh my God, Wonder Dust is. But if you're a horse person, you know what Wonder Dust is. If you're a cattle person, if you've ever had pigs, if you've ever done any kind of
farm work, any kind of farm work, Wonder Dust is a farmer's best friend. You run into a pickle with your dog and you're out there, you know, whether you're using your dog to herd your cattle, sheep, goats, whatever the may be, or you're just out on a trail, period, or just out in general hiking. If you got that staunch powder, say your dog steps into a rock and that rock pinches that toe and they pick it right up and they're freaking out and they rip that toe right off. You now got a squirting mess that you got to deal with. You got to get your dog calmed down and then get that staunched. You know, because that's a vein. That's a very large vein that runs through.
I would love for people to just look up ripping a dew claw, because I'll tell you what, when they rip that dew claw, it goes.
It's a whole tendon. It rips it right up.
Yep. I argue with people all the time. They need that. No, they don't. Ever have them climb a tree and rip that dew claw off? You'll get them removed because they don't.
9 times out of 10, coon hunters they get dew claws removed. 9 times out of 10, most reputable coon hunters or coon dog, whether it be blue tick, red bone, cur, etc., that are used on coons, possums, you know, that kind of genre.
Right.
9 times out of 10, they get dew claws removed. Absolutely imperative. They do it themselves. They use a pair of dikes and do it themselves.
Right.
And they use staunch powder, i.e. Wonder Dust.
Wonder Dust, right. Wonder Dust is a farmer's best friend, trust me.
They've never experienced these issues, and that's just like the delve into the utilitarian side of the breed. Hunting. We'll go back, if you don't mind, I'd like to bring up a specific kennel in mind that is now producing Formentino straw. The way they charge rate, because it boils back into our conversation, as well as the statements earlier in the video where we were talking about the utilitarian side of the breed and why that particular color is absolutely important. The Haystack dog.
Yeah, but we have to be honest and say they weren't there just to protect straw.
No.
That's fallacy.
That's what it boils back into, is the utilitarian side. And when you take a look at this, we'll say we started getting electricity in the 1920s and on up, roughly. Don't quote me on the statistical of when we got electricity and stuff. But prior to that, people are using lanterns, etc. Low light yielding lumen sources.
Right.
Are you going to take a black dog out there in the middle of the night to go hunt badgers?
Right.
No. You're going to have a hard time seeing that dog if it's black or brindle. So, of course, they're going to use a fawn-based dog. And as we clearly know, Formentino is a fawn base with black dilution. And people people need to research this, because you can genuinely have a black-based fawn dog, just like you can have a red-based. You're going to see the differences. The nose pigmentation is going to be different.
Right? But they weren't white.
No,
they weren't white. We have to tell the truth on.
There's a heavy cream dilution that's black based, because that was what was written into the standard. They didn't use the red base. You don't see the Morgano talked about in these books. You see the Formentino, which they call straw, the Haystack dog. You're out badger hunting, you need a light colored dog to be able to see. Low light sources, you're holding a lantern up, you're going to see 30, 40 feet in front of you with that lantern. You need to be able to see your dog.
Right.
You're not going to use a dark colored dog, plain and simple, which boils back into all of this. The utilitarian side of the breed, color did play a role in certain aspects,
but it was also in certain areas of Italy. It wasn't all of Italy.
No, it wasn't. You had this in Puglia and surrounding areas of Puglia, Italy, where the breed is known for, while versus you go to other areas of Italy, they know it as the Cane Depressa or the Neapolitan Mastino. I mean, anybody that has a brain can and does a lick of research can find original Sachi documents, original FCI Sachi documents. We'll use Plud as the biggest example because his paperwork is easy to find.
Well, because it's in everybody's damn dog.
It's in everybody's damn dog. Everybody can find that paperwork. And it shows FCI, and then it says in 3 different names, Neapolitan Mastino, Cane Corso, Cane Depressa. Those 3 names are specifically listed on that FCI NG documentation. All 3 names are listed on there. You got Sachi on there, NG, and FCI. It's a recorded document prior to the inception and also the AKC acceptance in 2009?
Yeah, 2009.
So you got people out there that claim, well, the breed became prevalent in 88. No. The standard was originally written prior to 88 and officially recognized in 88. They did, and it's right here in this book.
Right.
Like they have it in depth detail when Sachi was created, how it was created prior to 88. So the actual true preservation of the dogs did not come on U.S. soil. The original preservation came directly at the hands of Italians, as well as Fernando Casolino, Stefano Godolphi. One of those individuals was a St. Bernard breeder.
Right.
Like, come on, people. Like, wake up. See the utilitarian side. You got dogs that were bred for hunting purposes, which boils back into that utilitarian side. The Formentino, primarily used at night for hunting badgers and hogs. Nighttime is the best time to hunt badgers. Anybody that hunts the American badger is now, I think it's a protected species, but you can't really hunt it. But anything like that, coons, you name it, it's better to hunt those individuals because they're more, even though several of them are diurnal, but they're more primarily nocturnal. And for those that don't understand diurnal versus, which is up, both times of the day,
right,
versus nocturnal, which is primarily up at night. You do this, you look at these traditional methods. There are pictures from 1963 of a clear, I want to say it's a chestnut brindle because it's a yellow/orange photograph, but it's in the middle of, I do believe, Sicily in downtown. And it's, matter of fact, I think it may be in this book. I'll have to double check and go through there, but it shows a clearly chestnut brindle dog that is cropped and docked, and they call a Cane Corso in the illustration of that photo. And they list a year, but they don't list the dog's name or who. I think they list who the owner was of that dog. And a real good source for that photo would be Gustavo Cascade's forum on Facebook. He posts a lot of these historical photos, and he actually sits down, does the research on each of these individual photos to do an actual dog placement, whether or not that dog was actually a Cane Corso or a Neapolitan Mastino. Another good individual to talk to about that would be Laura Scoden. Phenomenal people with knowledge that can show these historical things.
Right.
The traits, the utilitarian traits of the breed is so vast. In every litter that I've particularly had, I've had a dog that hunts. I've had a dog that does personal protection work. I've had the couch potato. I've had a dog that was service work potential.
Right.
Does every dog has?
No.
Exactly. That's the thing is, people need to advertise the utilitarian aspect of the breed compared to, hey, look, I just got this big badass guard dog. Like,
I hate that term. I mean, like Jess and TJ DeMoss, their dogs work their farm. I mean, work their farm, but then they also show, they do all kinds of stuff. I mean, they run with their dogs. They do all these great things. I mean, there are true ambassadors for the breed, for an overall dog. And that's what, I mean, even in my interview with Dave Croyer, he's got dogs. He's got a couple of clients that do IPG. And he said they're the sweetest dogs that he's ever met. And it's not at all what he sees in, TikTok and what, the whole novelty of it is, these badass dogs. I hate the term that is used because my girls are like, they're always either sleeping here, sleeping there. I'm sure Maze is up laying on the bed, but, I mean, or sunbathing. I mean, she might be out sunbathing in the yard. I don't know. But like, the thing is like, I don't understand why we have to give them these names, like why it always has to have my dog's badass. It's no different than Tony did a really good episode of his dog. One of his dogs that I guess Whitney picked out when it was.
Can we just pause for like 30 seconds real quick?
Yeah, sure. But I wanted to show this. I'll show this while he's doing something. This is one of his dogs. Let's see.
No, it went off and I didn't have this hurt in the middle of your thing when the water pressure went down again. I went to go get it out of the sink and there was no water.
So that's one of his dogs. Oh, sorry.
Fine. Those are good ones right there.
Yeah, I just showed one of your videos of your dog working the sleeve, and then I just wanted to show some of your stuff while you were gone.
And that particular dog hadn't been worked in, I'm gonna say 3.5 years, and he was unsure of what I wanted him to do.
Yeah.
And he was primarily used for bay work because in the area, I just needed a show.
Yeah.
Not a dog that actually was fully committed to bite work.
Yeah. But I mean, that's okay. I watched this. I watched this Russian woman. She's in Michigan, and she has beautiful shepherds, alibis, basically all the same thing, right? And That's what she said, because it doesn't hurt to test your dogs a few times to see. I can't play that music.
Don't need copyright infringements.
Yeah, but it doesn't hurt to test your dogs a few times to see. Now with alibis, I guess you don't want to test them, because you want to test them a few times to see what they'll do, but they kind of get to the point where they're like, yeah, I don't want to really do this anymore, and then they get pissed.
See, this particular dog in this video is Maui, one of our Italian imports. He's actually genuinely a true Italian import born on U.S. soil. We imported his mother. It was a trifecta deal between me and 2 other breeders.
Yeah.
We imported the mom, hand-bred in Italy, and we had documentation for everything. The dogs are AKC registered, and they originally started with FCI registration.
Right.
Mom was FCI registered as well as dad, and then converted both of those over to AKC, and then this litter was registered with AKC.
Yeah.
And this particular dog, Maui, he was around for the sole purpose of just the intimidation. I needed a dog that would look intimidated on command. Like, right. I queued that dog up, him and Moana. That's basically the gist, is because the area that I had lived in when I obtained these dogs was an extremely rough area of the city.
Yeah.
I needed something that was a visual and vocal deterrent.
Right.
If I'm walking down the street and I really didn't want somebody near me and I wanted them push them to the other side of the street,
right,
I would queue up my dogs, because then you get that label in that neighborhood as, hey, look, this is not a guy to be trifled with. His dogs will fuck you up. You know, that is the label I wanted, I received, and my house wasn't burglarized.
Right.
You know,
I know it's funny that you say that. Like, our dogs have never done anything. They've never hurt anyone. But people, and I don't live in a bad neighborhood.
Yeah.
But people can get robbed and cars broken into and stuff like that in any neighborhood, right?
Mm-hmm.
But people said a couple years back or whatever, new lips.
Yes.
He took a drink and spilled it on himself.
And, in his lip.
because I didn't realize my drink was that full. Anyway, a couple years back, we had a strand of people breaking into houses and cars and stuff. Ours never did. And people are like, the one neighbor said, why does your house never get broken into, or your cars never get broken into? And the neighbor across the street said, because she has got them damn dogs.
And that's the thing, is most of this, what people need a protection dog and stuff for, they don't.
They don't. They just need a deterrent. Like,
They need a visual deterrent.
Right.
That is all they need. Most of these people out there cannot genuinely handle the upkeep that is involved with a dog that is for that genre of training. IPG, IPO, Schutzen, French ring, any of these numbers, man stopper. There's a lot of work that's involved. You can't just not work the dog.
Right.
Especially we'll use an off-breed, the Malinois, high drive. If you're not working that dog is going to go nuts.
Oh my God, I said
massive energy.
Dude, you like everything that you're saying is the same thing that I talked to Dave about, because I said most people can't handle like these Malinois. I feel bad for these Malinois. I see so many times Malinois get beautiful Malinois being put to sleep. Why? Because people see all this shit on TikTok, just like they're seeing that. If they see this TikTok video that you have up, and I'm sorry to say, but if they see it, they're going to be like, I want a Corso. Why? Because they look at that and right away they hear all this badass talk and they're like, well, I want that. The problem is they're going to buy from a breeder that's breeding unstable shit, right? Not this dog. They're going to breed. They're going to buy from somebody that's selling unstable shit, and they're going to
$1,000 that maybe, if you're lucky, has ICCF registration.
Right, but the thing is they're going to buy some crazy shit, just like these Malinois. I scroll across anything, and you see, dude. I scrolled across something came across my screen the other day. You wouldn't. There was a lineup at the dog pound in California. Lineup, and you wouldn't see the number of Malinois.
I can just imagine, because
people dropping them off. Why? Because they see, what is that Malinois, Aaron, that you watch? Monkey. Just look at Monkey on, is it TikTok or is it YouTube? What is it?
It's Monkey and what's the guy's name?
Anyway, look for Monkey the Malinois.
It's a Mexican name, but I can't.
Yeah.
The
guy that trains him, he walks on tight ropes. He does all these beautiful things, which I'm sure it's taken him years to get this Malinois to do. But people want that dog because he can run up a wall, he can walk on tight ropes, he can do all these really cool things. The problem is people don't realize that Malinois don't ever sleep.
Yeah.
You got to train them from the moment they wake up to the moment they go to bed, if they go to sleep. And they are not for the faint of heart. They are not for the people that work an 8-hour job, party with their friends at night, go out on the weekends, want to go to the clubs, go away for the weekend, whatever, all this crazy shit, have kids that they take to soccer, cheerleading, do all this shit. Malinois have to be trained. And I was talking to Dave about that, and he said, absolutely. But no shit, I bet there was 15 Malinois, and some really gorgeous Malinois in the lineup to go into the dog pound, to be dropped off, because people are buying these dogs people are buying these dogs based off these TikTok videos they're watching, thinking, I want that. Or the guy who...
And they don't get it. Right. Well, the reason they don't get it is because they don't understand the commitment.
Right. They don't have they need to understand their limitations. And they need to understand their limitations with even looking at your TikTok, right? I mean, I look at that and I think, cool, right? I have the time to train a dog to do that. I have a time.
How many of these actual folks that have watched this or want that particular kind of dog have not only the determination, the drive, but also the money?
Right. Well, that's the thing. Or the time.
Mm-hmm.
They get a puppy. It's cute. They do all this stuff. And then they go, okay, well, I'm not going to train it. I'm not going to socialize it. I'm not going to do anything with it.
And expect to receive that same result.
And then they're going to go through the 15 to 18-month-old stage that their breeder didn't tell them shit about, or the breeder didn't vet them. The breeder has no idea how they are going to train it, how they're going to do anything with it. And then when they're having problems, the breeder don't pick up the phone because, well, I got your money. And there's no contract. There's no nothing to get the puppy back. The breeders don't want the puppy back.
And any breeder out there, I would always knock on a hard fibrous substance that I would never go through this. Any breeder that has never gotten a take back off one of their puppies is full of shit. Okay, because
I know a breeder who won't take his puppies back.
Mm-hmm. We all know breeders that won't, specific breeders that won't take their puppies back because they're scared of them.
Not only are they not scared of them, but they don't want them back because they don't care what you did to fuck them up.
Mm-hmm. So with that being said, that's where we run into the issues where, all right, they see my dogs herding and droving, or there's a kennel down south using Corsos to hunt pigs. And I don't remember what their kennel name is. But they got very drivey dogs. People see that. They want that. But do they have the commitment? And that boils back to whether or not the individual breeder was doing their due diligence, or is they one of these crapshoot breeders that they say, hey, look, give me an extra bit of change and I give you full breeding rights and not give two fucks. They, they don't contact their puppy buyers. They don't get updated photos. They don't stay in contact with their breeders. They got their money and they're done with it.
Well, that's what happens. I mean, let's face it, like 90% of the time, that's what happens. Here's your puppy, come get it, or I shipped it out. And that's all they ever hear. They don't want to hear, what's going on. Are you having any problems? Do you need training issue? Do you need training advice? Or, as soon as they get their money, they don't want to hear anything. And if you are having problems, they'll just block you and move on. Or, they do the whole, I don't want your puppy back, but I'll replace your puppy because I have 1,500 puppies a year. So, I can just replace your puppy and you go ahead and put that puppy to sleep.
Mm-hmm. I've experienced that.
We know breeders like that too.
I dealt with that with Imperial Russo's Genghis Khan, my boy Genghis. He was a Darien line dog, heavy Darien line dog, off of Stanley Pat Sniff Niff. He got epilepsy at approximately, about 16, 17 months. He got his first epileptic episode. And just before that, he had another prior episode because I was directed. I was under an extremely stiff contract on what I could use for feed, what I could use for worming, what I could use for flea and tick medication. I had to put him in an AKC show ring by a certain date.
That's okay. Well, first of all,
it was a bullshit contract.
Well, not only that, but it is unlawful. You can't force somebody. Anybody who puts somebody under a contract that is forcing you to show is unlawful. People need to understand that.
Mm-hmm.
It's unlawful. You cannot put, there's a term for it. You can't put undue burden on somebody. And making somebody show the dog, you can ask them to show, you can sign a contract with somebody saying that you will promise to try to show X amount to a championship, but you cannot do an undue burden on somebody.
I have a couple of dogs out there that I sign a contract very similar like that with mine that, hey, look, you're going to attempt
to show. Not only that, you can't get, this is the problem with people too. You cannot guarantee because you cannot guarantee
a champion out either.
Well, you can't guarantee a championship because you are guaranteeing that your judge's opinion will get you a championship.
Mm-hmm.
You can attempt to show, but life happens. Shit happens in life. What if somebody got cancer and couldn't continue to show? That's an undue burden on somebody. You cannot do that. It's unlawful.
Or if somebody deals with an unfair judge excusing the dog just because the dog turned its eyeball.
Right.
It happens. It happens. It's big into the show world. Anything can happen.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a series of videos, and one of them is contracts.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to show people, do not sign contracts that say XYZ. There's another contract that somebody signs, ridiculous, that if their bitch doesn't produce puppies. So if I bought a bitch from you and you said you owe me 4 puppies out of her first litter, but if she doesn't produce puppies, you have to buy 4 puppies from me. That's literally the contract.
Yeah, I know there's several Corso breeders to be
yes, it's a Corso breeder. How did you
Corso breeders? Because I happen to know who that breeder is.
I was like, you're out of your fucking mind. Mm-hmm. And if those 4 puppies don't produce puppies, which is a genetic issue, which means you're the reason I can't produce, that my bitch can't produce puppies.
Mm-hmm.
So you're
cryptorchidism, the cryptorchid.
Yeah.
It's that singular testicle, etc. The other testicles tucked up inside.
Right. But I'm like, you can't do that to people. I would owe you for the rest of my life. I could be in debt to you for the rest of my life for 4 puppies. And then those puppies literally have to go into the same contract.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, it's a pyramid scheme.
big ass pyramid Ponzi scheme to rake in the cash. That's why those particular breeders have their farm. That's what paid for their farm, their outbuildings, their nice little kennel structure is that pyramid fucking Ponzi scheme.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
I love you more, sweetheart.
Mm. Mm. I'm going to show him that monkey when he comes back. Yeah, but he went out to smoke. That would be tough. Oh, private chat. Oh, stepped out to have a quick smoke. I'll play it real quick. Look how cute. Oh my God, it plays Connect 4.
Dude, that dog knows everything. Rude.
Oh, he was taught to hold his breath too. Holy crap. That's holding his breath. There's actual dogs that are taught that. Like they train actual dogs to do that. Okay, so this is that monkey dude, or that monkey dog. This is why so many people probably buy Malinois.
And notice, you get to see all stages of this particular dog in multiple forms. You see him in a puppy stage. Are you going to come up? You guys might see a pop up. I've got my lion, my little.
Look, this thing plays Connect 4.
Connect 4.
Is that Connect 4? What is that?
That was Connect 4.
Okay. But watch. So he also holds his breath. There's actual dogs that are. See him hold his breath?
This man has put a lot of time, effort, energy, commitment. The biggest key word, commitment, into this particular dog to teach him all of these activities.
Yeah.
Like this is what you need for a good owner, an individual that wants to breed. This guy would make a hell of a breeder because he puts the time and commitment into his dogs.
Oh, I don't think he'd make a good breeder. I think he makes a good pet owner.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I can see your point there.
I mean, he obviously loves this dog and trains this dog every day.
Mm-hmm.
Works with this dog every day.
Rescue.
He's a rescue?
Either got him at the pound or something like that.
Oh.
I mean,
it says at the very beginning.
Oh, yeah, he's playing music. I can't play it.
Well, I know, but it says.
Oh, okay. Wow.
He's got a lot of time and a lot of commitment with this dog.
Yeah.
He's been in a bunch of movies and all that.
I bet he's been in a bunch of movies. But this is what people see, and then they think they can have it in a day. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. The average Joe Blow thinks they can have this kind of dog in a day's worth of training, and it's
right. Well, and that's
unrealistic.
And well, the thing too that irritates me is that this is also where you end up with where dogs get abused and stuff like that, because they'll do anything to get their dog to do this. Instead of putting the time, the effort, the training to do this, they'll beat the shit out of the dog to get it to do these things. Mm-hmm. They'll hurt the dog. And then when the dog doesn't do the things like this, that it's taken probably years to get this, right?
Yeah.
Because he's worked this dog to get these points. And as you can see, it's years. It's not just a week that it took him to get these, right?
Yeah.
And then they'll just get rid of it. Well, it didn't work. And then these dogs with these issues go to, like the one that I've seen today, of course, right away they're like, urgent, next on the list to be killed. And it was a Malinois, beautiful Malinois. And of course they're like, not for a first time owner, blah, 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 all this crap, but it's a great dog. And I'm like, yeah, but what issues does it come with? You know what I mean? Like, what did somebody do? And that's the unfortunate part. This is why I'm not for all these rescues, because it's baggage.
I used to rescue at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Back before, when I first got my first Corso, I did a lot of rehabilitation, because prior to becoming a Corso breeder, I originally wanted a dog for service work, and I selected our 2010 Foundation female based on her temperament, structure, and the criteria needed to meet a service dog. She fulfilled multiple roles. She was a farm guardian, okay? And when I say a farm guardian, I'm not talking people farm guardian where they're protecting the farm against people. She protected the farm and in a livestock guardian role from coyotes, bears. We also have a large population of bobcat in our neck of the woods, so we have a large cat, so to speak, that would predate would be the correct term, predate to predator, predate on our young foals. Springtime was the worst time for bears, coyotes, and bobcats, because bobcats are, a lot of people think, oh, well, it's not that big. It's not going to take down a deer. It's not going to take it. It does. It does take down full-grown deer, just like it is opportunistic feeder. Right. If it sees a fawn, it sees a foal or a calf that is newborn, that is the prime time to take it. It's easiest at the moment, as long as it can get past the mother. Not all our mares were great at protecting. They would just walk away, and then we had several mares that would defend their foal with come life or death.
Right. Well, it's sometimes first time mares don't know what to do.
Mm-hmm. So she learned this particular role. Lucifer, leave the cat alone. Sorry.
That's okay.
He wanted to play with Freya. Freya is one of our fresh. He hasn't had a cat in his life for about 2.5 years since we lost Mia, our last cat, which was a bobtail breed. She was just a regular farm cat and she would jack up the dog 6 ways from Sunday. Oh, hello.
We call him T or OT. You can, yeah. Hey, T.
So Mia was our resident cat that would teach the dogs to respect smaller animals, because that's one thing that I'm really big on, is they have to fulfill a versatile role. We have rabbits, we have chickens, we have guineas. We now have guineas.
Right.
My camera was mobile. I go show you guys the farm.
No, because then you'll start fuzzing out. Really good connection. Well, now you might have good connection.
I've got good connection now. We've got a good area where I've got multiple connection points, multiple Wi-Fi points that are
good.
Starlink.
Then you start showing your dogs.
Yeah, I'd be able to show my dogs, and we haven't fully got our kennel set up yet. So right now I feel like I feel ick because my dogs are in my garage right now, and we do a rotational system where we always have one dog in the house for X amount of days. Everybody gets their time in, because I am 100% firm believer in training, socialization, house training, which boils back to the Utilitarian side of the breed. I start my puppies on house training at 3.5 weeks.
Right.
How many breeders actually, well, besides yourself, you and I are rare exceptions to this.
100% of the time.
You and I are rare exceptions to this, but these big name breeders, that are selling, whether it be the Cane Corso or Doberman or any number, Rottweiler, any number of breeds, they're selling puppies at 8 weeks that haven't been house trained. That was the picture, sweetheart. I had a picture fall down in the bedroom and just banged in a wall. People probably heard that. But how many of these people actually sit down, work their puppies when they start moving away from the nesting box? This boils back to good animal husbandry. You're watching your puppies move away from the whelping box to defecate.
Right.
That is the prime time to start teaching them, hey, don't. And I'm not a big fan of people that use puppy pads.
Right.
Honestly. I get it. They have their purposes for a dog that could potentially be incontinent, or this is another thing that really I find myself at odds with this particular new method You got people living in condos, so they don't have easy access to take their dogs out. So they've got this little grass box they stick out on their fucking patio.
Right.
Instead of having your dogs on a schedule, a set routine, take your dog out so they can go to the bathroom.
Right.
Time yourself. Hey, I get it. You know, you're going to be a little bit late, so you got it there as a precautionary. But some of these people, they also have it inside of their house. I don't want to smell dog shit inside my house because, no offense, I got Corsos. They got stink ass. Anybody that has a large breed, bully breed, etc., knows how raunchy their asses can be. No matter if you're feeding a
barn cat.
OT, you're 100% correct on that. We try to keep them socialized. Mia was she was an indoor-outdoor cat, but she was absolutely our farm cat. She was our little predator, let me tell you, from rats, mice, squirrels, chipmunks. We didn't have a problem. There was even one time, this bitch, let me tell you, she brought me a full-grown rabbit alive and dropped it at my feet. I shit you not. A full-grown rabbit, dropped it at my feet, and I go, Dad, are you proud of me? Kind of deal. I didn't know what to do, and I had picked the rabbit up from her because it was there cowering, and I picked it up, and then I picked her up, and I set the rabbit down, gave the rabbit a boot, and it took off, and this bitch, I shit you not, scratched me up, took off after the rabbit. I come back out a couple hours later, there it is on the fucking doorstep, half eaten.
Right.
You know, so going back into what we were talking about, absolutely. Going back into what we were talking about, this animal husbandry, proper animal husbandry. You need to socialize your dogs, first and foremost. Our particular program is geared on traditional methods used with the Cane Corso. Herding, droving, livestock protection, hunting. Okay. I have multiple dogs that fulfill a predator eradication role, which for those that don't understand or know what that is. So I've got several dogs that I use to hunt, but there's specific ways that they're used to hunt. So the particular methods that I use is bear baying, because in the states that I have lived in, it is illegal to hunt bears with dogs, but you are allowed in certain circumstances and with special permissions under a strict regimen can you do this. And you got to get special permission from whether it be DEC, Department of Environmental Conservation, or DNR, the Department of Natural Resources, your Fish and Game Commission, depending on, it's going to be one of those three labels, okay? You have to have your dog in a controlled environment. So New York, Pennsylvania, and I haven't checked the regulations for West Virginia just yet, where we're now based out of.
Right.
But in New York and Pennsylvania, if you have a nuisance bear and you have a dog that is trained for bear baying, as long as that dog is on lead, you can haze that with special permission from DEC or Fish and Game. In the particular case of Pennsylvania, it's Fish and Game. If you have a written special permission, you can haze that bear, but that is all the more you can do. You can haze that bear.
Explain to people what that is so that they don't know.
For those that don't understand what bear hazing is, you shoot rubber bullets, you yell, you scream, you throw firecrackers, you use a dog, in my instance, on a long line that is controlled. Okay, that way your dog, because people generally underestimate bears. Bears will and can kill dogs. They will predate on dogs. It's been going on for millennia. Since the dawn of man, dogs will be eaten by bears. There are certain bears out there that certain species will use the polar bear. They predate on Eskimo dogs quite frequently. If they find a free meal, they're going to take it. They're an opportunistic feeder. So hazing is very similar to what they use. Hazing is exact. Well, let me put this in a correct term. The Karelian bear dog is a breed that's specifically used.
Bear dog is crazy. They're hard ass dogs.
Exactly.
A hard ass dog. That's a hard ass dog.
They're used to haze bears, chase bears, etc. And it's all done on long line. They use it in Yosemite. They use Karelian bear dogs in Yosemite and big parks like that, Yellowstone.
Yellowstone. I was just going to say Yellowstone uses them to keep them at bay.
Absolutely huge. They have their own Karelian bear dog team. It's like what, four or five dogs.
Yeah.
It used to only be 2 dogs.
Yeah, you can actually go onto Yellowstone and actually watch them because they keep them at bay, especially during
in the springtime when they're coming out of their dens, as well as they got their fresh babies.
Right, because bear mamas are
absolutely the worst. And they are absolutely the worst. I hate coming across the sow with cubs. Matter of fact, as you can see, I watched this young lady who was aged by her tooth by New York DEC at 4.75 years of age is what her tooth. What they do is they cut the tooth in half like you would a tree.
right.
However many rings are in there tells you the age of the bear. I watched her for 2.5 years before I took her, because when I first started seeing her and observing her when I was out hunting and had her on cam, she had a pair of cubs on her. I watched her for 2.5 years. Yes, absolutely. They do get treed. That's where my point is where I'm getting in with the hazing is I'll run them up a tree, keep them up that tree for an X amount of period of time, hazing them, teaching them that humanization is being around people is bad. You know, this prevents, like in my old community where I lived in Pennsylvania, we had a very large issue with bears. The biggest issue is we had a number of bears, a large number of bears coming in, getting into people's garbage because they associated that with an easy food source. And to me, that's a no-fly zone. I've got dogs, I've got goats, I've got chickens, I've got rabbits. I don't need that bear thinking, oh, this garbage next door is easy pickings. Oh, what's that? Fresh meat right next door. Let's go get it. You know, I don't need that. I put a lot of time and money into my animals, you know, providing, because my farm is a self-sustaining farm. Right. I provide meat for myself. And I've even provided meat for the community. But ultimately, my number one thing is my farm comes first. My animals come first. Therefore, for my safety, if I see a bear that is basically associating anything in my vicinity as a prime opportunity for feeding, I want to deter that. So I send the dogs after them. And I have them on long line. We're chasing them down. There's been a couple of times where it was middle of the night. The bear is on my neighbor's porch chewing up their garbage. And my neighbor calls me. I can't come out of the house. The bear's got me trapped in my house. It's on my front porch where they were depositing their garbage bags prior to garbage removal, which was like 2 days later.
Right.
You know, they put their garbage down in the end of the road, and it's tearing up their garbage cans. It's tearing up the garbage bags on their porch, etc. Happy Mother's Day to you as well, 416.
Hey, K9.
So my job is to deter that with the use of my dogs, use of guns. My dogs are desensitized to gunfire. As a matter of fact, when they hear gunfire, they go off like a bottle rock because they know it's time to work. You use that. And then in the event of the other form of predator eradication that I use my dogs for, I use my dogs to hunt coyotes. You see a lot of these videos, whether it be YouTube, TikTok, where you've got Great Danes, Corsos, etc. They're in the back of a UTV, for basically a side-by-side for those folks that don't know what a UTV is.
Yeah.
And they're, or in the back of a pickup truck and they're driving along the road. You see a coyote running in a cattle pasture. You send your dog out. They chase it down and they kill it. There's a new YouTuber out there that he's been around for a couple of years, but he uses his greyhounds of all breeds, which are a noted sight hound for chasing and predating not only just rabbits but coyotes. Like some people, they just don't understand what these breeds were used for in the past. Like, this is predator eradication. I no longer have issues with coyotes. I no longer have issues with bears. Why? Because I do my due diligence and I remove enough of the population. And when that population comes back in, they smell my dogs.
Right.
They've already been hazed. They say, okay, this is a no-fly zone. Let's stay away.
Right.
So when you got that, you have less chances. Then you can focus on another aspect, which is the livestock guardianship role. A lot of the times people don't understand what a true livestock guardian does. A lot of times it's for scent, sight, and sound. So a predator will use coyotes, for example. Once they know a large dog, guardian breed, that's guarding their flock, so to speak. We'll use a herd of goats for an example. Yeah, he does. I've seen that one. That one's a really good one. The guardianship role is a visual, smell, and sight deterrent and sound deterrent. They hear the vocalizations from the dog in the distance because that dog has a much better smell than a human does. It can smell it, just like a bear. A bear has like it's like a 5 mile radius that it can smell. A dog has a very large radius, especially if the wind is in favor. It can smell a predator. It's a deterrent. It starts vocalization, and if that predator gets closer, then it becomes a sight deterrent. And then if that predator still chooses, it then ensues into a physical altercation. But those physical altercations are rare. And usually the actual physical altercations with a livestock guardian dog are usually based on one thing: hunger. Do the predators have enough food, other food sources? Or, hey, look,
They joke all the time. These
that's a good one.
all the time joking.
So 9 times out of 10, the altercation ensues between a livestock guardian dog and a predator is because that predator is hungry. It's not getting the proper feed in the wild. So it's going to what it thinks is an easier source. So in order to deter it, you have a livestock guardian dog. It helps keep your flock safe.
Right.
And these are the traditional tasks that we are primarily focusing on, as well as the hunting aspect, because we're re-delving back into hog hunting. I now have a large enough farm that I can have my pigs without issues, and without restriction, so to speak, because now, just like the state of Pennsylvania is a right to farm state, just like West Virginia.
Right.
It's a right to farm state. And this is the reason why I bought such a large farm. Okay. The regulations in this delve into, if you have 10 contiguous acres or more, you have 100% RTFA protections. You have 100% Acre Act protections. All of these protections. Now, if you have under 10 contiguous acres, they have a buy clause in there. You have to have an anticipated, and this is across the board to all states that have this RTFA right, so to speak. This federal law, if you have under 10 contiguous acres, you have to have an anticipated income of $10,000 or more a year off of said farm. So that encompasses your meat production, selling of vegetable goods, selling of manure, anything that you use as a monetary gain from that farm, it basically adds to that $10,000 quota to have that protection. So basically, if you have under 10 contiguous acres, you have to basically sell things and sell your goods. Well, versus if you have 10 or more contiguous acres, you don't have to have that. They remove that buy clause.
Oh, that's cool.
Yes. So we now have almost 102 full acres. It's 101 and 99 poles. So it antiquates to 101.97 acres is what it antiquates to now. We now have a large enough farm that I can actually build a hog training area where we will bring in several hogs and raise them up to a specific age, take our puppies or our adult dogs, do our courage test to see how they will handle the stuff, or do our training events. And then once we're done with the training, immediately euthanize the hog and put the hog in the freezer. A lot of people don't understand when you want a hog dog, you actually have to train it. You can't just.
But are you going to, okay, but so I have questions about that, but go ahead.
It's with the training aspect, it's a fine line you're walking. Absolutely a fine line. It's no different than predator eradication. Okay.
Right.
It's a huge fine line when you're doing your initial training. Once you get the dog trained, as long as you're doing your what I call PMs, preventative maintenance, your upkeep, your
right.
regular outings, so to speak, of hunting. Say you got a hog dog. Once you train that dog for that, as long as you continue that, it's no different than IPO Schutzen. You got to keep up on it. You got to do the training. You got to have the training regimen. Once you're done with that, you keep hunting until you're ready to retire that dog and let it live out the rest of its years.
Yeah, I get that. But if you're raising the pigs, okay, so I have questions.
Mm-hmm.
You're raising the pigs, so they're going to be domesticated pigs, right? And so
not all domesticated pigs are extremely friendly.
Hey, Bakari. Okay.
When I'm selecting a breed for this, I select a very specific breed for my breed.
Using, first of all. Second of all, also, if you're training the dogs on the pig, and I understand the whole euthanasia of the pig right afterwards, because we all know, I mean, as farmers, we know you can't continuously train on one pig, because any kind of stimulus to that pig is going to ruin the meat.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then you're just making dog food.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you could just explain how you're going to do this on domesticated pigs. Because
so I
like the guy that I watched.
I don't have access to a wild population to go and trap and bring in. Because we do have a wild population here in West Virginia. There is no longer a wild population in Pennsylvania. They eradicated it just like they did in New York. There used to be two different wild populations down in Tioga, PA, because of the tornadoes that went through. There were several game ranches that had Eurasian hogs. Okay, that is the best breed of pig.
So hang on. If you don't have a wild population,
you have to use a domesticated breed.
I understand that, but hear me out for just a second. Mm-hmm. If you don't have a wild population of pigs, why do you need to train dogs on pigs?
Because that is my hobby. I like to go pig hunting.
So where are you going to go pig hunting? Another state? Yes,
we are actually going to be going down to South Carolina and Georgia, where there is a large population. We're only approximately 6 hours from Gaffney, South Carolina.
Okay.
And there is a large population just below there, all across the bottom southeast of the state going into Georgia. And I also have a friend of mine, Matt Sewell from Praetorian Canine, who is going to be helping us do the training for our dogs. It's very guided. He is a professional trainer in both hog hunting as well as I want to say Schutzen, but I would be incorrect in saying that. I want to say he's more geared for IGP, IPO. He used to breed Corsos, but now he is getting into giant schnauzers.
They're an awesome breed. I can't stand.
I love his dog, Mania. Mania is the coolest dog ever.
I know. Giant schnauzers are awesome breed. I just can't stand the hamster.
Well, I don't. It's not so much the temperament or anything like that. It is the hair. I am not a fan of hair, which is why my wife and I are still struggling with the decision to whether or not we really want to get a CAS. It's the cow, not the CAS, the cow, CAO, the Central of Charca Albi, the Albis.
Right.
We want to get one for the guardianship role because we really we have several breeders here that we want to potentially obtain a specimen from solely for the purpose of doing a role like a Great Pyrenees or Anatolian, strictly livestock, in with the livestock alone.
Right.
BRTs are awesome. They're a lesser known breed, but they're absolutely phenomenal for both hunting and personal protection and general companion if you put the work in. So
I'm going to answer this. I just like the giant schnauzers because I love their attitude. They have like a lawyer attitude, in my opinion. They have an attitude that is more like a, hang on a second. I mean, I'll do it because I'm going to do it, but give me a minute. Like, they're like hang on a minute. Do I really have to do this? Okay, I'm going to do it, but...
And then they give you that look.
Yeah, I swear, if they could hold up a paw and go, wait a minute.
I think I'm going to do this of my own accord. You're not going to.
I'll do it. I love their attitude. To me, they're absolutely that.
And they're big comedians too. They got a funny personality. Each one has its own funny personality.
I love them. I just don't like the hand stripping. If you didn't have to hand strip them, I would have one because I love their attitude. They're a clown, but they have like this lawyer attitude where if they could talk to you, they would argue the point.
Yeah.
Like, do I have to? I mean, I'm going to, but I have questions. Yeah. I mean, they're just I love their attitude.
Well,
I love training them.
I want to point out what OT said about the pigs turning feral very quickly.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to answer that too, but go ahead. Go ahead first.
This is a huge risk. If they're not handled, they're not taking. Well, it boils back to animal husbandry. If you're not socializing the pig, being in there with them, there's a lot of people, they just feed and leave, which in turn causes the pig to turn a certain way, which is the correct term is feral. They're not socialized, etc. That is what we would be using is a very similar practices. We wouldn't handle the pigs a lot. There would not be a lot of interaction with the pigs so that they're not.
You're not going to raise them. Because see, I grew up on a farm. We had pigs too. And so you're not going to raise them. You're going to raise them.
I isolate them in a specific area away from human contact so they're not socialized with the human interaction. I want them to be leery. I want them to be feral because if you take a dog that's got and you're setting it on a pig that's humanized is what I would classify humanized.
Right.
It's very socialized. It sees you as food. It's coming up to you immediately and just wanting scritches and pets. That's a pet. Why would you torture an animal like that?
That was what my question was, because I was going to be like,
You want the hog to be feral, afraid of people, wary of people, or angry at people. Like in the case of most feral hogs, if you get too close, they will attack. And that's a common issue down south. A lot of these feral hogs, they will kill dogs, especially those that are poorly trained. All right. Dogs are taught specific bite holds. That is where the training comes into play. You want to grab the ear for control or grab it on the front of the snout. That right there, I don't prefer a snout biter because that just gives them.
Well, because if you go for a real wild hog, you're mitigating.
It's going to bulldoze right in and bury that face right into that dog and grind it up.
Well, not only that, but you have to mitigate the tusk. I mean, most people don't know when you go real hog hunting.
There's tusk involved, anywhere from little 2-inch to 6 to 8 inches, and they are sharp as a razor.
And they'll kill your dog. I mean, like, this is the part that drives me nuts about hog hunting and people talking about hog hunting is they don't really know. Not that you don't. I'm not saying that. But most people don't understand the true nature of hog hunting.
And how dangerous it is.
And it is very dangerous for your dog.
And this also goes back to cropping and docking. Like a lot of people, they go, well, we're in an era where it's just a cosmetic procedure. There's still people out there that use these dogs traditionally.
Right.
They've never had a dog on a hog that hog, they got a misplaced hold. Say they grabbed it by the hock on the hind leg. And that pig spins around and that dog's got a tail right there. And that pig clamps right the hell on it with all its might, severs that tail. You're now out a dog if you don't get that dog situated and get it out of that situation ASAP. Get that tail bandaged the hell up and tourniqueted, because most people don't realize that main artery that runs through the tail is bigger than my pinky. In certain breeds, it is bigger than my thumb.
Right.
The dog will bleed out in seconds. It's like a femoral artery.
Right. Well, and that's also the Russian chick that has the alibis, right? So she was talking about the reason that they crop and dock, and they still crop and dock, is because of, the guardian breeds. There is a reason behind it. It isn't just because for looks and shit like that most people think, oh, it's, for aesthetic reasons. It's not. There's a reason for guardian breeds to have.
Especially if they're floppy-eared guardian breeds.
Right.
There's so many health benefits from yeast infections, ear infections, easier to clean on ear when you have an ear mite infestation. Not the airflow. If anybody takes a look at wolves, we'll use wolves as a huge example. They are a natural perked breed. They have a lot of airflow, so they have reduced chance of getting yeast infections, ear infections in general, mite infections. It does still happen, but it's severely reduced because they have that flow coming in and out. With floppy ears, that's trapping all of that stuff in there. The moisture, the air, the buildup of earwax. Some breeds are more. We'll give you an example. Poodles. You have to. I absolutely hate this. This is one of the reasons I can't stand poodle breeders. Poodles, their hair grows inside of the ear, and I've watched groomers just grab a hold of that and turn all that hair inside and just rip it the hell out. And that ear is bleeding, scabbing.
You have to put powder in it first. So if you use baby powder, or if you use talcum powder, any kind of talcum powder, you put because I used to be a groomer. So if you put the talcum powder in, do all that stuff, then you can pull all those little hairs out. Makes it easier, but it still hurts the dog. I mean, a lot of people don't understand all the stuff that groomers actually do to make that ear clean. And then you still get yeast infections. You still get all that stuff because you have to think of it is a warm, dark place. Bacteria grows in a warm, dark place.
So there's benefits to it, including, I'll give you an example. I used to have American Bully back in the day, and I did hog hunting with them as well. So I've been hog hunting a very long time. I received one dog in that I bought directly from Germany, and I had imported in. And this particular dog came because they have their BSL legislation over there. Not BSL, anti-cropping, anti-docking ban.
Right.
And the dog come completely natural, no crop. Because with that particular breed, you don't dock the tail, you just crop the ears. Me personally, if I've got a hog dog, it doesn't matter the breed. I'm docking the tail. Whatever I'm using to hunt hogs, I will dock the tail and crop the ears. Because to deal with it, it's much easier to deal with a ripped or torn ear, than it is to deal with a severed, amputated tail.
Right. So canines in Canada, so they want to ban cropping and docking there. You know what I always say when people ask me about cropping and docking? The first thing I always say when they have a problem with it, I'm always like, do you have a child? Do you have a son? And if they say yeah, I'm like, did you get him circumcised?
Mm-hmm. I had this debate with I was on a forum, and there was a vet up in Canada that we had this huge debate. And I explained, and then they decided to go into my photos and videos and, oh, look at the abuse. He's using a prong collar.
Oh,
these are all tools in the wrong hands. It doesn't matter if it's an e-collar, a prong collar, a martingale collar, or a chain. People use the choke chains.
Yeah.
Lucy.
I say the same thing about snaffle bits, D-ring bits, hackmores, all the same thing on horses. It's all a tool, and depending on how you use it.
I have these on every single one of my dogs inside. I have a choke chain. It is not used. I do not walk these guys on this. This is just a collar just to have on them in case I open the door and I need to grab them quick. Okay. All of my dogs, any of these items, they're tools. Okay. You take a dog. I know there's people out there. There's absolutely retarded people out there that will put a choke chain on their dog, put it on a runner, and watch that dog hang itself. You never do that. A choke chain is just that. It's aesthetic purposes, or you're walking the dog, and it is a tool if you know how to use it properly. Otherwise, just like any tool, whether it be a horse trainer, a dog trainer, etc., it doesn't matter. A lunge whip with horses, it's a fucking tool.
Right.
But in the wrong hands, it's a power of abuse.
Well, exactly. I used to be a sulky trainer, so I can tell you all the stuff that we used to use for sulky training. Mm-hmm. And when you start looking at bits and, all that stuff that they use, but they'll watch the sulky races.
Exactly.
And not say a damn word about all the stuff that we use. I mean, look at the entire harness that is put on a horse for a sulky train, and then the buggy behind it. And I'm sitting on the buggy, and you sit and you go, but you'll watch that. But if I use a choke collar or a pinch collar or an e-collar,
you're abusing the animal. Oh my God. Right. This veterinarian out of Canada, when I brought up the fact of cropping and docking and the potential benefits, the health benefits.
One second. I'm not trying to ignore you, but if I jump in and say stuff like, Bakari, you're right, or whatever, I just want to know that I want the chat to know that I'm interacting with them as well. So, Okay. But I heard somebody say that it doesn't choke chain for the public. Oh yeah. I mean, Bakari's so right. You can't even say homeless anymore. You have to say unhoused. They've changed, words matter. It's crazy. You can't, you have to say instrument now. You can't even say that you wear an e-collar. The thing is when I train my dogs with an e-collar, once you train the dog for an e-collar, you don't even have to hit the stimulus button anymore. You can just hit the sound. And the dog knows. My dogs, if I put an e-collar on my dog, they know, first of all, when the collar goes on, we're going to work. I don't even have to use the collar. It's just the collar, the fact that collar's on. Like, these people are so out of touch with reality. But go ahead.
That boils back to the use and the training of all that. And then with this individual that we were having this heated discussion about the uses of this, and then they when it delved into the use of the tools that I use for training purposes and training purposes alone. You got to walk that big, you got to have a big badass dog, and you got to walk it with a choke chain because it's pulling you around. It's a tool.
Yeah, but yet though they love the whole TikTok videos with the big badass, logging chains on and all this crazy shit and the dog snarling.
Or this individual that's got the, and mind you, I did look up a couple of these individuals that were commenting. I've got this Great Dane, and I only walk it on no collar. It walks perfectly fine. You had to do some sort of training if it's walking that perfectly. You had to do some sort of training.
Yeah, what they did behind closed doors is what you want to really see, because the dog can't just come out walking that way, right?
Yeah. It takes time, takes dedication, and commitment to get a dog to do that.
Right, but they
happen behind closed doors.
No punishment, or what is it called? The bullshit that they do nowadays. The
purely positive training.
Positive training is such a bullshit thing.
It is. It's ridiculous because, okay, you got a dog that's snapping over food. Are you really going to reward that dog for snapping at you that's food aggressive? And
you don't reward it. They don't do anything. So the dog never learns not to snap over food.
Exactly.
Source guard, or never to bite its owner, or never to bite its sibling, or never to bite another dog. They just don't react at all. And the dog keeps doing it. They only reward the good things. And I'm like, what the fuck? So the dog never learns a lesson.
First of all, it never learns a lesson. And then the behavior, in my experience, I have come across in the time that I've done a few rescues. I used to rescue quite a bit. And it boils back to my equine and canine background, where I would, after I got out of the service, I was fucked up. And animals were my outlet to try and give back. And my healing outlet is equine training and dog training.
Right.
So give me just a second. I have to take this.
No problem. No problem. There's a prong colors. They're trying to combat others, which letters. Yeah, there's letters for everything, right? Nowadays, and there's words for everything. We've changed our whole vocabulary. I don't even know what to say anymore. I'm not allowed to say anything. If you say something, it's wrong. We can't. I mean, words matter. Words are what they are. I know what words are. I mean, I'm 48 years old, for fuck's sake. I'm going to say whatever the hell I know it is. I mean, we have an English dictionary, and this is what it is. And I'm just going to say that's what it is. And that's where truth needs to be, just plain truth. And if you can't accept that, and I hurt your feelings, I'm sorry. But it is what it is. Barrier. I paid told my aunt to put him down. Well, it's probably because they were like, well, he doesn't work on positive only training. Trainers and breeders accounts are full of shit. That's the truth, Canine. Just don't know what. Well, because everybody's a trainer nowadays, right? Everybody's a trainer. You got a dog, you're a trainer. I heard something now. And like I've said it several times, but you put 50 trainers in a room, you'll probably get 55 different answers, because they'll be trained. They'll change their mind depending on what somebody else said, or to be liked, or to get the clicks, or to get the whatever. I mean, if you look at everybody somebody said something and they like that, and 1,500 people like that comment, so they're going to like that too. But yet last week they said that wasn't it either. So, it depends on who likes what and who's famous and who's popular and who's this and who's that. So, half the people are full of shit. Just go with what you know. Stand your ground and say your truth. I mean, everybody, you can look at what is dog training 101. I mean, you can buy a book, Training for Dummies. It's not that difficult. It's just learning dogs, learning dog body language, and actually training the damn dog in front of you. All terminology is just a distraction. That's the truth. A way to keep others from knowing what is actually needed. Well, and that's the thing too. I can only train your dog. I can only train your dog. Most people can train their dog, their own dog, if they actually just listen and understand and cut out half the fucking noise. It's not that hard to train a dog. Right. They blame you or the dog, and then right away it's the breeder's fault because they bred a crazy dog, or it's your, you didn't do enough, or it's always something else, but it's not them. Oh, he's got to grab some tea. Training to believe. No, dogs in trouble, and they pay yeah, all dogs pay the price for bad breeding, bad ownership, bad training, bad whatever. It's always the dog's fault somehow. Look at the cat. Yeah.
Sometimes she acts like she's stuffed, but this is her crash out room, huh, sweetheart?
I think if people slowed down and actually cared about the dogs that they're getting, actually understood the breed, understood their limitations, that's a huge thing. Like, just understand your limitations. Like, if you can't train a Malinois, don't get a fucking Malinois. If you can't train a Corso, don't get a Corso. If you don't have time for a German Shepherd, or you don't like the hair, like we were just talking, I would own a giant Schnauzer if I didn't have to hand strip the damn thing all the time. I don't want to strip, so I'm not going to get one. I don't like the hair of a German Shepherd, so I'm not going to get one. I like short coat breeds, so that's what I look at. But I also don't want a Malinois because I don't want to train 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Love the breed, but I am also 48 years old. I know my limitations. I don't want to train every day, 24 hours a day. So I'm not going to get one. Why? Because that is unfair to me, and it's unfair to the dog. Know your limitations when you're looking at breeds. That right there will cut down half the shit. And I'm just telling the truth. And this is another problem, is that breeders aren't vetting their buyers, saying, what is your lifestyle like? What do you do every day? Literally sit down and tell me. I don't care if you have to write it out. From when you wake up to when you go to bed, what do you do? And if you tell me that you're working 8 hours a day, you come home, you drop your keys, you eat your dinner, standing at the kitchen, and then you head out, I'm not selling you a fucking dog. I probably wouldn't sell you a goldfish.
Excuse me. Canine's last comment, pin that one.
Which one?
The very last one at 302.
This one?
Yep. It's 100% accurate.
Right.
The dogs, it's no different when you've got, we'll use this analogy with a IPO, IGP, your man stopper, etc. The personal protection dog. If you stop training, in an instance like with Maui, that was his first test in almost three years. We had not done any training. I had basically all aesthetic purposes retired him from any form of bite work. And I wanted to see if he still had the aptitude to do that work.
Right.
Which is why we did that test with Matt.
Right.
And it shows to prove, yes, there was uncertainty. If any trained person can watch that video.
Oh, yeah, because when he went
reached
back,
he thought somebody else was touching him, and then he realized it was me, and then went right back to work. Anybody that watches that can see these.
Right, because you can see if you're true and you really look at that with an objective eye, you can see he redirected back to you like, whoa. And that's where you go, this is where people get into trouble, right? Because this is where people get bit by their own dogs.
Mm-hmm.
If they're in a fence fighting issue, if they're in another dog fighting issue, if all this stuff, if you go to grab your dog to pull your dog back from a fight, from a fence fight, from another fight, you can see where he went to go redirect and he realized it was you and then went back to what he was supposed to do. Anybody reading that with an objective view can look at that and go, okay, I see what he's doing there. But when you tell the story that you hadn't worked him, you hadn't kept up on it, you didn't do this, then you understand why he did what he did.
Mm-hmm.
You showed the truth. You didn't lie about what he was doing. You just said this is what happened, right?
Exactly.
But people don't show that shit. They just go, this is what is, right?
And see, the thing is, in an IGP, that is not a normal behavior when you're doing your active training.
Right.
When you're doing it actively and you're keeping up on all of that stuff, that particular kind of issue, once you're constantly hands-on with that kind of work. You're working your hands all over the body to get them out of that stage of where they're going to attempt to redirect and then they recognize you, or potentially they say, fuck it, you're right there. I'm going to make you.
Right.
Because it does happen. It does happen, and it cannot be. No, I do not have farm content on my YouTube page. I do have farm content on my Facebook page for Whispering Pines County Corsos. There are 2 pages. There's one that is inactive that I lost control of when I had attempted hacking on my account. We were never able to recover that particular kennel page. However, I recreated a new kennel page, and the most recent update on there is after our move, and that we've got a lot of big things that we're going to be showcasing on that Facebook page. People get nippy, owners, and quick. Mal gets nippy. They go, well, that's just how the breed is. Hey, I've seen that excuse more times. No.
Wait, I want to address this.
Address it. Hot take Mals are just as easy to handle as a
elaborate chihuahua. Well, chihuahuas can be handled real easy. They're a football dog.
17 cents in my opinion, but that's neither here nor there. I am not a fan of. I've had one.
The address shit.
I had one small mixed breed little mongrel Chihuahua mix growing up, and her name was Wiggles. This little black thing. She was Chihuahua, Jack Russell, Lab, and what the hell was the other breed? I want to say rat terrier, maybe. The dad was, or no, Pomeranian. That's what it was. So the dad was Labrador and Pomeranian. The mom was Jack Russell and Chihuahua mix. It's my ex-wife's dog, Harley, was the JRT Chihuahua mix, and then the daddy was her friend's dog that was a Lab Pom mix, and the dog was actually the size you would figure with it being a Lab Pom mix, it would be semi-decent size, you know, at least 30 pounds. The dog, I shit you not, couldn't have been more than 15 pounds. Like it was probably, I don't know, yay big. Like it looked like a glorified Pom, but it was generally half and half. And I seen both the parents because they had both the parents and they kept the puppy off the litter.
Right. Hang on. Just hang on. I'm not saying that Mals are aggressive at all. I think Mals are great dogs. I just don't want to have to train them all the time because a bored dog is a destructive dog.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not saying that they're not as easy, but they have to be trained all the time. A lab will just lay around. A Chihuahua is an aggressive dog. This is a different set of standards. Like, what are you talking about? He always writes stuff.
A well-bred Mal is
Right.
active as fuck. There is no other way to describe it. It is. Why do you think they call him a Maligator?
Right.
They are. A lot of these are specifically bred. The Malinois is specifically bred to work, like the Dutchie or the Bull Herder, etc.
A whole nother level. Dutch Shepherds are wired. So, I mean, they're crazy. I mean, depending on what you get. Now, if you get one from the Czechs, Dutch Shepherds are crazy.
Mm-hmm. They have them amped up. I mean,
Right.
that's how they're bred, is they're amped up. Now, if you're getting a lower,
You're not going to get a Mal that's just going to lay. A well-bred Mal is just going to lay on the couch and be like, I'm not going to do anything today. They want to work. They want a job. They want to move.
constantly pacing.
Right.
Constantly.
And if they're not working and they are bored, they are destructive.
Mm-hmm. And that's across multiple
But
breeds.
that's across any breed. But what I'm saying is they're a dog that constantly has to have a job. I just don't want to work a dog constantly. I want to chill with a dog. Most Mals can't just chill unless they're on some kind of medication. And I don't want to put a dog on medication.
Mm-hmm.
A lab is a totally different thing. A lab, the worst case scenario with a lab, they're going to dig holes in your
How
yard.
many Mals can just do this?
Right.
Just chill.
And a Chihuahua, that's just a terrier. A terror. That I wouldn't own a Chihuahua if somebody paid me.
You get Mals that are extremely socialized, highly trained, etc. Can be around small animals, but they've got such a high drive, both prey and play. When you have a well-bred Malinois,
I mean, yeah, they're a great dog.
they're a great dog. I don't think any of the things. Our issues are personal with both yours and I's. You know, when we're looking at working dogs. Okay.
Right.
Working line, we want something the best of the best. You know, if we were to hypothetically buy a Mal, we're going to buy from a high drive working area because that's what we want. But it's not what we want. We want a more.
Right. If I was 20 again, I would buy a Mal, but I'm not
Exactly.
old to buy a Mal today.
You know, this the breed itself it's just not for us. You know,
Right.
We're more of a, hey, look, like I just showed on camera. My dog knows how to chill out. Your dogs know how to chill out.
Right.
Occasionally, we just want to be couch potatoes. They fit right along with our lifestyle. Oh,
Okay. No stimulation. All breeds. Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying, Kenan. All breeds can be a problem. Like I said, a bored dog is a destructive dog, and that's what I'm saying.
but going back into the pig,
Yeah.
because we got real off track. So with the pig training, of course, you want something that is pretty much a feral hog. You don't want it humanized. You don't want it peopleized in any number of things. A lab, the worst thing I've seen was my neighbor's one. Fell asleep in the driveway. Yeah. With the hogs, the training itself, you really should start it with a young feral hog, approximately anywhere from 14 to 18 weeks to 6 months because of the size. And you should start as a puppy. Okay. All of my dogs that I use for hog hunting have been started as a puppy, and you teach them correct hold placements. It is imperative that you teach them correct hold pattern. Your dog is not to be just grabbing and just shaking and everything. That's not what you want in a dog. You
Right.
want it to, prime example. There's another Corso book by Dr. Flavio Bruno, The Catch and Hold Dog of Italy. Okay.
Right.
Wait a minute. Is that by Breber? I think that one might be Breber
Right.
that actually wrote that book. The Catch and Hold Dog of Italy.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You want that's the training that's behind the grip strength and the common misconceptions between mastiffs and pit bulls, etc. They get lockjaw. No, they're trained to have a very good grip strength. If you actually have lockjaw, you got to break the fucking jaw in order to get. You're not going to be able to use and this is another tool that sometimes is misconstrued. It's called a bite stick. Okay,
Right.
it's a small flat stick that you use to put back here where there are no teeth, and you use it to. All you do is it's a quick turn. You insert it in, quick turn, and you get the dog off. Every hog hunter carries it because your dogs are taught to grip and hold. That is their job. You want them gripping and holding the side of the ear. That is the number one place for them to grab. The second place is the back hocks. Okay, right. The back hocks. It keeps them out of danger, but the preferred method is the ear, not the snout. But there's some people that prefer the snout, and I do not like that. I do not like people that use the snout method for catch and hold, because if you get a really rank boar, and for those that don't understand what that means, mean, nasty, unpredictable, rank. You get a boar like that, that's large, it's rank, it's nasty. It will, and you got a dog that's grabbed on its face, it will bulldoze that dog and grind them tusks, which are razor sharp.
Right.
Ultimately cutting up your dog, potentially even killing him. That is also one of the reasons why we also use Kevlar, a special kind of Kevlar. It's like a bodysuit for the dog that protects the neck, the underbody. It's like it's Kevlar, like IBA, individual body armor,
right,
for the dog. It's an imperative that you work these dogs in that armor, because you can't just slap it on the dog and expect the dog to be okay with this stuff. They've got to be taught, and you got to condition your dogs. I've come across a lot of people that if you don't precondition your dogs to running in this stuff, you have a 98% risk of overheating. Yes. In the southern, especially in the southern climates, if your dog is not properly conditioned or you work it too heavily, you run the risk of heat stroke, heat exhaustion, and potential cardiac, basically a heart attack. It's a cardiac infraction. There's a lot of risks involved with this, and to mitigate risks, you do these trainings. You also condition a dog. You have to run the dog. You got specific regiments. It's not just always, hey, let's go get a pig, bring it in, and start working the dog. No, you have to condition the dog. You got to do your cardio workouts. Eventually, we'll have another treadmill. A lot of people they look at some of these traditional tools used for cardio conditioning, and the first object between the brake stick, the treadmill, the first thing they associate, because of the stigma surrounding the American Pit Bull Terrier, they see that stuff and they go, "Oh, you're fighting dog." No, I have this. This is a tool, just like anything else. In the wrong hands, can be used for abuse.
Right. I'm trying to think of who the breeder was that I think his last Is it James Nash? Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, he did the same thing. He's got pigs, domesticated pigs.
Mhm.
He was doing the whole training his dogs and did a video on it. And to me, all it appeared to be was abuse of pigs.
There's a lot of people out there that I don't know how to describe it other than it's like
what a lot of people don't understand is as a farmer, and this is what I don't understand. Adrenaline into pig meat causes it to go bad. Extreme.
It's called taint. It's called taint.
Right. And so now you've ruined your meat and it makes it real gamey. Humans, it's not for human consumption after that. So you just ruined your meat.
There's a lot of people out there would prefer the hunting of hogs with gun use of gun. And to me, I'm a big guy. I need my exercise. Not only does it give my dogs exercise, it gives me exercise. And this is an adrenaline rush. Okay, this isn't exactly as it is. This is a thrill of the hunt, so to speak. I got to use my dog to hunt a game species that how many people still use their dogs? It's a new thing that's coming back. I think to me, a lot of people would say it's a barbaric sport. It's much easier to just go up, and this boils back to that veterinarian. When I brought up the pig hunting and stuff and why we do our cropping and docking.
Right.
Oh, it's a barbaric sport. Yeah, I'm in an interview. I told you I didn't know. That's all I knew. If he's not there in 15 minutes, then pull out. Sorry about that. This knife is used in close-up hog kills. Yes, it's. We don't use a gun. We use them to go. And once the hogs are caught, you go up. You put the hog down. You pick the hog up by its back leg. Get it all tied up. Get your knee on the head so they can't move. Because once you put your head on right here on their neck, they can't get up. You immediately dispatch the hog. Okay. And then the hog is then what we call an aging process. It's hung up for a couple of days to let said adrenaline after it's bled. It has to be bled out.
Right.
Okay. A lot of people, they'll tie the hog up immediately and then bring it back and then dispatch it. But there's a lot of other people that will immediately dispatch and then carry out, because it's much easier to carry out a dead hog than it is a struggling hog via pole. A lot of these environments are extremely rural, and with how problematic feral hogs are here in the U.S., especially in the southern states, Alabama, Texas, Louisiana, Georgia, South Carolina, Tennessee. A lot of people don't know that there is wild populations in Tennessee and West Virginia.
Well, I know there is in Tennessee. A person I used to know had a real problem with the hogs getting into her horse and cow pasture and up the fence and shit like that.
Feral hogs are a farmer's worst nightmare. Not only if they get into your livestock, we'll say you're a chicken farmer, they will kill an entire flock of chickens and eat it. A lot of people don't realize that hogs are not vegetarian. They are omnivorous. And they will be opportunistic. They will eat carrion. They will eat anything that they can get a hold of.
Hang on a second. T, you've been harassed for fishing?
I've been harassed for fishing. Are you kidding me?
For fishing?
Yeah. It's OT is 100% accurate. Even I've been in harassed while fishing. I'll tell you what, I was in a boat and I was on the lake, and in Pennsylvania, if you're on a body of water, you're not allowed to harass a fisherman. Plain and simple. And I was by somebody's private dock. Just because the dock is private does not make the water private. And they continued they threw firecrackers into the water and said, well, I'm going to scare the fish away. You're not going to get no fish here. That is considered harassment. Just like there's people out there, and I've experienced it. I've had friends and family that have experienced this, where I had a lease property and it bordered somebody else's property. Well, they didn't like that we were hunting near their section of the fence. So they decide that they're going to do whatever it takes, including blowing on their car horn, blowing a key whistle, in my instance, where they had walked to the back of their property, started blowing a whistle, and then took their 9mm out and cracked off 16 rounds, 2 full magazines, just to try and scare away deer so I wouldn't get them. I was out archery hunting when that happened.
Wow.
It happens. There are federal laws. It is a federal law across the United States. You are not allowed to harass hunters or fishers.
So Alaska and Rhode Island are the only United States, or only U.S. states, confirmed to have no established population of wild hogs.
Yeah. But that's soon to potentially be, Alaska may be eventually out because of the issues with the feral hogs in Canada and the Yukon going from BC over.
Alaska is extremely cold. It has extremely cold winters and deep snow. So survival and reproduction makes it difficult for wild hogs.
Mm-hmm. But explain the wild population in Canada right now, because they have a similar climate as Alaska in Saskatchewan and not the Yukon, Saskatchewan and British. I want to say it's either British Columbia or Ontario. Look for the wild population of hogs in Canada. It'll tell you. It says. Give me just a second.
Yeah. Pretty interesting. So wild pigs were first introduced into Canada in the 1980s and 90s, often escaping from farms and being released into the wild. Since then, they have spread rapidly across the prairies, Providence, southern and central Ontario, western Quebec, and southern British Columbia. In 2023, there was even a possible sighting in the Northwest Territories?
The cold thing. There's a big documentary online. I have no idea who they are, but I've done a lot of research into the Canadian pigs because I had the bright idea of going up there.
I'm guessing he's. Are they music?
Sabaton, I think, is a band.
Yeah.
I think that's
because of your ringtone.
Oh, that's my ringtone is the Who. I listen to a lot of Norse, Mongolian. I have a eclectic taste of music. I listen to everything from classical music up to hard rock to headbang and heavy metal. Like I listen to it all. I've got.
I have to go back.
From Irish folk music to.
Do you do Mongolian throat singing?
I don't personally do it, but I absolutely listen to it. I love it. I think it's.
Aaron asked. That's why.
Tuvaron throat singing. I think it's the most beautiful thing ever. To watch somebody be able to alter their voice with multiple pitches at once. It's a work of art. It's like a Picasso. I'm sorry. It's like the Michelangelo of music.
Russia. Canada. Well, there's some in Ohio, so I'm sure there's some in Canada.
Well, most of that Canadian population are mixed. They're not 100% feral. They are European wild boar that were imported, the Eurasian boar, and they have a high content Eurasian boar, unlike our populations down south, which are heavily, you will come across what you can genuinely see are Eurasian pigs, but there are also feral hogs, lots of domesticated pigs that escape, bred with Eurasian. They're bred down, they're intermingled. Some look like a general farm pig, like prime example, Hogzilla that was shot years ago. They've had like 15 different Hogzillas. But when you delve into it, they were originally a domesticated pig that was just absolutely huge because of the breeding. Your average feral hog or Eurasian hog is between 150 and 300 pounds max, with on average of what an individual hunter takes being in the 150 to 200 pounds, smaller the pig. When you start getting into those larger hogs, it becomes an extremely more dangerous situation. Me personally, I prefer a smaller pig. Not only are they more tender, but they're also easier to hunt, easier to catch, dispatch. And with my back issues, I have to find a little bit lighter of a load, and they're easier to process, in my opinion. And the taint that you experience is much less versus an older boar.
Do you put them in so some people put them in the bathtub with cold ice and what is it?
Either milk or water.
It's like water, like with a little bit of a mixture. It's like a brining though.
Salt brine.
Oh, okay, salt water. Yeah, like a salt water to make them less.
It leaches out the blood. It leaches out the blood, and it also
makes them less gamey.
There's some people out there that they're a firm believer. It pulls out what I call the taint.
Yeah,
gaminess.
I think it's fine.
I have found over my years hunting actively, the best way to get rid of that gaminess is to age your meat. Let it. If you've got a cooler, an actual proper cooler, okay, not just a regular Joe Blow cooler that you can stuff meat in real quick for you're going out on a camping trip.
Right.
I'm talking this is one of the developments for our farm that we're going to be doing after we get our indoor outdoor kennels. We have a list of what we're doing. One is our meat processing facility. We will have an in-house meat processing facility because I hate going to a butcher. My biggest issue with butchers is you don't always get back what you take.
Well, yeah, the whole thing is unless you know the butcher, they're going to take the best cuts.
Mm-hmm. I stopped taking my deer to butchers years ago when I took a 10 point there that dressed out 180 pounds. And it was 180 pounds, 181.7 pounds to be exact on the weight. It was a 10 point buck that I shot in New York.
Right. Well, hang on a second. And canine, you also have to make sure that you don't hit the stomachs. Stomachs cause a lot of gaming.
The scent glands that are in the hocks, and as well as they're actually called lymph nodes. They're a form of lymph node. The scent glands are a form of lymph node.
Right.
As long as you avoid those, you can also, when you remove those, it's also less of a chance to get that.
Also, when you're cutting, if you start up here and you just rip it out versus a lot of people when they're jack of all trades and a master of none. I was a butcher. So if you start up here and you pull down, if you hang it and then you cut from here, well, when you're cut it in and then you rip and let it hang and pull it and don't cut the stomach, you'll not get that gamey taste. A lot of people nick the stomach, and when you nick the stomach, your meat will taste very gamey.
Yeah, I'm a avid on that. I had to teach my kids how to
a lot of people
properly field dress deer, and that is one of the biggest places you can learn that on. But when it comes to the hogs,
sorry,
you get a feral hog. You don't want to necessarily
open and goes poor.
you don't want to necessarily clean it immediately out in the field because when you bring it back, the feral hogs are hairy. A lot of people don't understand that hogs by nature are a hairy breed. They are heavily furred. They have hair, which you want to either burn off or scald off, depending on whatever your preferred method is. And it's much easier to burn or scald when you have not gutted that animal. I'll give you an example. When I euthanized Winston, give me just a second. Let me go grab Winston.
Oh my God, here I grab Winston. The cat's like, what? I'm guessing Winston's going to be a rabbit. Thanks for joining me today, guys. Winston must be huge.
This is Winston.
Oh no.
This is one of my. He sits outside, which is why he's so weathered and he doesn't have all of his teeth anymore. But his tusks, he was approximately a year and a half. This hog, and
Okay.
I want you to guess his weight, just based off of the size of his skull.
Dressed or undressed?
Either. Take a guess.
450.
No. He was approximately 375 pounds.
Okay.
Okay, and he actually
Dressed or undressed?
that was dressed.
Okay.
So he's probably closer to 400.
I was gonna say you said either or, and then you told me no.
He's probably closer to 400 fully dressed or undressed, excuse me.
Okay.
But, he lost his top tusks, unfortunately. We lost them during the move. But as you can see, here's the undamaged tusk. Okay. His top tusk was a little bit, about half an inch longer than this one. And he was a very unruly pig, hence the name Winston Churchill.
Right.
He was a Mangalitsa, which is a Hungarian breed. If you take a look at a Eurasian hog and look at a Mangalitsa and you don't know what a Mangalitsa is, you'd swear it's one and the same. And they can get quite persnickety. So when I was building the barn at my old residence in PA, I was building a new barn for them. Instead of having them in little shelters, I had an actual barn that we built so that they could come in and out, and I could feed inside of the barn, do the socialization, etc. And this particular pig, he was about a year and a half when we slaughtered him. This is the pig that caused the huge neighbor dispute back in PA, where they thought this was their pig. And
so what do you look like?
That's exactly what he looked like. One of the that top one right there. No, to your right. Two. One more. Right there. And that's what he looked like. If you look at the that was his coloration, but his actual pattern would be that 1, 2, 4, 6 picture over that double picture on the right.
This one?
Yeah, that one. If you take a look at the picture on the right, he had more of a feral look to him.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have him morbidly obese like the one on the left. That one on the left is morbidly obese.
Yeah. Okay, so I see how his snout's like thinner.
Mm-hmm. They are a rooting breed. They're absolutely 100% a rooting breed. They will tear up a land patch quick as shit.
So like this one.
Mm-hmm. And that is my preferred breed because they go feral relatively quickly.
Yeah.
Even with handling, these guys are known to be extremely persnickety. You get some out there that are absolutely dolls, but the males, we kept him intact up until he was 8 months. We had a very late neutering on him, and we neutered him.
Hang on a second. This is true also, canine. The age of the boar, the age of anything. It's same as in cows. If your bull's really old, you get a really gamey taste too.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's due to their the taint and them developing a shoulder plate when they're intact as well. Intact versus neutered makes a heck of a difference in taste and flavor, especially in pig meat. If it's a male and it's intact and it's not been neutered, 9 times out of 10, you're going to deal with what they call as boar taint.
What are the pigs that go truffling?
I don't know exactly what breed, but I do know they use. Some people use them. The Hungarian breed to do that, as well as there's in England they have a pretty specific breed they use.
Yeah.
I don't know which breed it is.
Oh, they're pretty big though.
That one in the middle, if you look 2, 4, 5, the 5th row over in the middle one. Yep, that one. And that's almost an identical replica. That or of what he looked like when he was young. And then as he got older, he looked more like that the last 2 photos in the bottom row. When he got about a year and a half, he had that face, but he was
Like this?
Uh-huh. Same face and structure and everything. Only picture that 10 times bigger, because that's a young piglet, a young man,
Right.
Mangalitsa piglet.
Huh. They're kind of ugly.
Right there's a boar. Right there, the third one in is a boar, Mangalitsa boar. That's a male. The Eurasian in America, as far as the Hungarian breed, the Mangalitsa, I don't know if it's necessarily a combination between a domestic and a European. The Eurasian boar, I would have to say, is an actual breed, maybe, so to speak.
Yeah.
Compared to the feral hogs we have in Texas, that are heavily more feral than they are Eurasian content. You will find a few select species, select pigs, not species, select few pigs in those southern states that have high content Eurasian genetics versus less feral genetics. But they are genuinely either hybridized Eurasian crosses that have heavily bred and inbred with feral domesticated breeds, which is why you don't get a consistency in look. They just look 9 times out of 10, they look like a domesticated pig, whether it be an old spotted breed, any of those old timey breeds like a New Hampshire, Yorkshire, Berkshire. And it's imperative, the training that goes behind it as a puppy, teaching it the holds, the training that goes into being able to recall your dog, the conditioning. It's absolutely imperative that if you've got a hog dog, you have it conditioned. Otherwise, you deal with the cardio, the overheating. You have to learn what your dog's limitations are. There's dogs out there that they love this job, and that's exactly what it is to them, is a job.
Right.
They love it so much. They do it and they will die doing it. They would give their last breath chasing down a hog, and you got to have that ability to say, hey, look, you've done too much today. It's time to take a break. There's certain people out there, they just don't pay attention to that. And then they end up dealing with a dog that dies of heat exhaustion, heat stroke, overheating, period in general, or having a heart attack mid-hunt because they're working the dog too hard.
Now you're using Corsos, and so do you test for DM and all that stuff for your breed? Because
I test for DM. It's absolutely imperative. I run a DNA test that tests for DM as well as
DVL2.
I do believe it does the testing for the DVL2. I use Embark, but there's also a myelopathy gene that I specifically test for, and there's what is it, MDR1,
right?
Some MDR1. It's I'd have to look it up under my Embark test.
Right, so you're doing everything you can for like heart conditions and stuff like that, because like now that DVL2, they're saying has a correlation to heart conditions, heart murmurs, heart attacks, all that stuff, especially.
I had a one pup that I produced. When we took it in for the ear cropping, the vet detected a heart murmur.
Right.
And I shit you not, she was an immediately cull from any breedable program. I would only sell her to people that knew she was coming with limited rights, because I was that scared that she would potentially produce a cardio issue. Okay, and how many breeders out there will be that honest that they potentially have produced this? But when I took the dog 2 weeks later for its veterinary check to get the stitches out,
Like, how old was she, first of all?
She was 6 weeks old.
Oh, okay. So
We
yeah.
we had taken her in for the ear crop because I take my entire litter in. I drive when I was living in PA. It was approximately 7.5, 8 hours to where we were going outside of Detroit. We were going about an hour, 45 minutes outside of Detroit. Like we were up in Michigan. Nancy Heinold is the veterinarian that we were going up there to see, and that's all she does. All she does is ear cropping.
Right. Yeah, but did she tell you at 6 weeks old having a heart murmur? I mean, that's not uncommon, and it's not common.
She did say that it was uncommon, but she goes, I detect a bit of a heart murmur. I there's no reason to cause alarm, but I also wanted to do my due diligence as a breeder. Like
Right.
none of the other puppies that I have taken up there have ever been in off of similar pairings have ever had this particular issue where they've detected a heart murmur,
Right.
so to speak, a hole in the heart. So I was extremely concerned. I didn't want to potentially reproduce that, even though she's a good looking dog.
Right.
So I was specific to sell her to a pet only place. Her home is pet only. That's all they want her for. She's spayed and spayed like she's supposed to. Matter of fact, she's only, I want to say it's approximately 45 minutes from me right now.
Right.
She went to the women's head basketball coach, Kiara Perkins of Glenville State University for Glenville, West Virginia.
Right.
And she's basically a glorified mascot for them.
Right.
She goes around and she gets to socialize with kids all day long, young adults. It's a college, so
Right.
she gets all kinds of heavy socialization and pictures in the paper, the whole nine, with Kiara being the head women's basketball coach for Glenville.
Right.
It's
but when you took her back, like to have her ears and stuff done, like they checked her again and she didn't have a heart murmur.
It was completely gone, and I said, "Well, what gives?" And
No, it can be normal.
that's what my vet said. Because when I took her back to Dr. Heiner, because I go back and I can do the suture removal myself, but I'd much rather have veterinary documentation of everything. It's just me. I'd rather have a paper trail versus somebody. Oh well, you dock the tails yourself. There's a lot of breeders out there, including Corso and Rottweiler breeders, that will dock the tails themselves, which is all fine and dandy.
I live in Ohio.
It's all fine and dandy. I just have a personal preference. Is I want a paper trail. I went and had it professionally done. Cost me, I think it's for when we did the tails, on average between 2 and 5 days is the average of having it done. Exactly how many have it, and will it ever?
No, yeah, a lot of puppies can get it. I mean, it's common and not uncommon. It's not common. That I've had Doberman puppies that go in, they'll have a slight heart murmur, and then you go take them back in for another checkup or whatever, it's gone. Or, ear cropping time, you'll hear one. I mean, it's like a hit or miss. It's like Russian roulette, sometimes you'll have it. I had 9 litters. I think I had 2 puppies that had it. You know what I mean? Out of 9 litters.
And that's right around the same ballpark of what I have for litter production is between 7 and 9. I'd have to go back through my records, but I think it's 9 total.
Right. And so, and when you go back in and check, it's gone, and vets say the same thing. Sometimes you'll hear it, and then sometimes it's so they have one and it's so faint you don't hear it. You know what I mean? So the thing is I know people that hear it or people that have a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, the thing is I wanted to err on the side of caution, especially with the issues that we are currently having within the Corso breed.
Oh, absolutely.
The cardio issues that people want to hide and not disclose, or they don't want to test for, the epilepsy, the rampant amount of dysplasia that we've got going on within the breed. I'd rather err on the side of caution. Okay, this dog I know has this issue potentially. The vet detected it, and she's a very good vet. She wouldn't tell me just for shits and giggles. You know, she heard it. I trust her opinion on it. Okay, well, my opinion as a breeder, a ethical breeder, I know this pup has the potential to reproduce other dogs that may have this issue. Yes, it may disappear, but I don't want to put that in a breeding pool to potentially produce dogs that are faulty.
Right. Welcome back, T. I have a question. I have a question for you in just a second. Canine. Aaron wants to know, was your little notification play that funky music?
Oh, that was a Facebook message.
Was it play your funky music?
No.
Oh, no. But everybody's trying to guess all your notifications. Okay. Canine, what do you mean you were confused? Was it Stevie Ray Vaughan? I don't know.
No, my ringtone is the Who. It's
Right. No, your notification, was it just a regular robot?
It's the regular robot tone for Facebook. It's the standard.
It wasn't anything. We're trying to guess his notifications. Everybody's trying to guess what you listen to, apparently. When you moved to Ontario and found out people pay to talk, and you was confused. Oh, yeah. Okay. Never mind. I read that now. I thought you said what people pay. Never mind. Yeah, no, I dock my own tails and remove my own dew claws. So on my puppies, because I remove dew claws at birth, like at birth, because there's nothing there. It's just, you just get rid of them. I mean, you can literally at birth, you can use your fingernail and just go, and it comes right off. So, I mean, I use nippers, but I get rid of them right at birth. They don't even know. But at 3 days old, I do tails. I mean, you can ban tails. I mean, it's that easy, you know. But I do go to a vet to do my own ears. I don't do my own ears.
Well, there was a lot of
in Ohio, and we literally could. I don't.
Well, the thing is during that time period where I was producing a regular litter a year.
See, he heard the Bee Gees. I think it's hilarious. Everybody's like, we're hearing all these kind of noise.
You might be hearing my wife's phone in the background. That might be what it is.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I got to fill up my drink. You can talk to the chat. There's where I come from. People did things at home. Yeah. Well, yeah. We castrate cows and horses and pigs and goats on our farm and all kinds of stuff. We didn't call out vets. I mean, that's where the wonder dust comes in. Castrate your own animals.
You learn to do a lot of veterinary practices yourself, not only to save money, but
right. I'll be right back. Keep talking. I'll be right back.
It's pretty much easier to do it yourself. You know, that's one of the huge things when you're running a farm. You got to do a cost-efficient method. It's much easier to castrate your own livestock versus pay a vet on an average. The minimum I've seen for a service call, for what they call a farm call, is $100. Like at our old place, it was minimum $100 just to show up. And then whatever they had to do was extra. So if you're paying a vet $100, and then we'll say you've got a whole litter of pigs that you want neutered, a whole litter of pigs. Say you got 8 pigs there, and they charge $45 per pig to remove the nuts. When you can, give me just 1 second. Sorry about that. My son was calling me to let me know he was finally home. It's a rural area, 120 miles from a vet, and most vets here most vets come out, wow, $100. It's 500 here. Yeah. Exactly it, K9. You can practice on hunks of meat to learn stitching, or you could spend, I think it's like $60 in on eBay, and you can they got those medical suture things that you can learn to suture on. Little plastic reusable pieces that look like they're it's not plastic, it's a rubber. You can learn to suture and run sutures. It teaches you all different types of sutures. But yeah, when you're living in a rural environment, it's not always easily accessible to have a vet come out. Some vets, like OT here, it's $500. Other places, it's $100. It can be quite pricey and expensive, and it is. When you're running a farm, you have to save and pinch pennies, unfortunately.
Well, I also grew up, in the 70s or 80s. Yeah, 80s and 90s. I was alive in the 70s, late 70s, but I also grew up in the 80s and 90s where you had to be self-sufficient on your farm. Vets you didn't call the vet up like you do now. And we also didn't have people that bitched when you did your own shit. You know what I mean?
Well, it's gotten so horrible lately that a farmer's best friend was Tractor Supply, Valley Vet Supply, right, etc. And a good farmer knows what dosages. They've learned from the vets to reduce their vet bill. Hey, look, I've got a cow that I know has got a bloated stomach, and it's dealing with this particular issue. A good farmer knows how to roll their cow over, stitch their stomach, and attach their abomasum back to the abdomen wall.
Right.
When they're dealing with that particular issue. There's also other alternative methods where they have what looks like your husband would appreciate this, the glorified butt plug, that you use in the deer. That it looks like it looks like one of those human toys, but you stuff it in, turn it around, and it rips the whole lining, and then you pull it out, and then you can seal it up and tie it off or tie it off, however you want to do it.
Right.
We've got a similar thing that sits in a round disc. It looks exactly like the same way, and you put it on there, you punch it into the side of the cow, twist it, and then pull out, and you can let air in and out as needed to take care of the gas issue, to prevent that bloating issue that cattle can sometimes develop in their abomasum.
But believe this or not, my husband's a city boy.
Oh shit! I forgot.
He has no idea what you're talking about.
I know what a butt plug
All
is.
he knew was you said butt plug, and he said, "Why do I know about butt plugs?"
He's a male. He's got to know about it.
He's a city boy. I'm a country girl who married a city boy, and he's never been hunting a day in his life.
The first time I showed my wife one of those, she goes, "You really shoved that up a deer's ass to remove the intestinal lining and detach it?" I was like, "Some people do." I said, "Me, I just use my finger, and I cut around it, and then I pull it out and I zip tie it real quick and go about the rest of my processing, because to me that's just too many steps. It's much quicker to do it with a sharp knife. You definitely know you're not going to be cutting the intestine and getting shit all in your meat when you stuff your finger in there, and you're not going to cut that intestine because your finger's in there."
This is going so sideways.
Aaron said, "This has gone so sideways."
That's what we're talking about anymore.
He's such a city boy.
I'm not sure if I want to join the conversation or get excited.
Oh, you guys have definitely got to come up and I'll show them with processing on a goat. I've got a few goats that we're going to be.
Yeah, he has no
You
idea.
ain't show me nothing about butt plugs.
You ain't show me nothing.
He's
We're friends.
I'm gonna have to send him that tool. I'm gonna have to send him a link of what that tool is. It's
Right. Yeah.
That's what it to me. That's what it looks like, and they do call it a butt plug. And for you buy it in a hunting aisle. I mean, it's a giant T-handled orange thing that looks like
He's never.
home.
Well, he's never been in the hunting aisle. He gets mad if somebody kills my brother-in-law Brian. He would kill a groundhog so that the tractor. So the tractor's wheel wouldn't go into the hole, and he's like, the groundhog wasn't doing nothing wrong. Why'd you have to kill it? And I'm like, this is farming. And he's like, but the groundhog's fine. It wasn't doing nothing wrong. It was just living its life.
It may have been living its life, but when you get a horse or cow that steps in that gopher hole there, I mean, it breaks its leg, and then you got to euthanize it, and now you're out anywhere from $2,000 to $5,000 for a good heifer, a good breeding heifer. I mean,
my husband.
Don't have cows.
That's why you don't have cows. My husband grew up in the city his whole life. The first time he ever stayed the night in my house, he was like, "How do you sleep in this quietness?"
I hunt at Walmart.
He goes, "There isn't any ambulance or anything driving by." And I'm like, just go to sleep.
That was terrible.
It was terrible. He heard branches breaking in the woods, and he's like, "What is that?" And I'm like, "It's probably the deer." And
I said, "Call Will."
I pulled my kids out of the city, and I took that when we first started living in Pennsylvania. I had them in an extremely rural environment. You could actually go out on the back porch and see the stars. It was absolutely phenomenal. You could see all the stars. It was great. At night, you heard the nightlife. You heard the crickets. You heard the peepers, the spring peepers, especially in the spring. One of my favorite sounds at night is the spring peepers. The coyotes, like you got to hear all the wildlife, owls, twigs breaking, branches breaking. I shit you not, one night the coyotes were going off pretty bad. You remember that, dear? Night my kids thought they were werewolves. I shit you not, they thought the pack of coyotes were werewolves.
Bitch, are you serious?
What?
We were having sex and they thought they heard coyotes outside. It's when we were having sex.
did you say you're live?
Yeah. We have no filter. We have no filter.
What was
Orange
with the orange hair? Where was she?
So the kids, they called their mama up and said, we heard the werewolves in the woods.
Presented this live.
We tried to explain it and pawn it off as it was coyotes, and then I kid you not.
So you lied the whole time about the coyotes.
Well, hold on, it gets better. So there were actual coyotes the night that we did the final move. My son Bo was outside with Rosie, and an entire pack lit up as we were literally putting the last few boxes on the truck. Like we were putting the last few boxes. It had to have at least been 4 or more coyotes. They lit up, and he's freaking out going, "What is that? I've never heard that before. What is that?" I said, "Bo, stop being such a puss. They're coyotes. They're not going to do anything. They're off in the woods. They're out hunting. They're reuniting. That's what they do." Like, he couldn't believe it. He's like, "Rosie, shh, shh, Rosie, shh, be quiet, Rosie, shh." Like he was having a huge freak out moment when he actually got to physically hear his first pack of coyotes.
You realize, Will, I don't believe none of this fucking story now because she just walked in and said, "Are you fucking kidding me? We were having sex." So that's all I heard. I didn't hear anything. I don't even know how we got the boxes. I don't know where the boxes came from. All I know is you were having sex.
and butt plug.
And Aaron had them butt plugs.
Well, the butt plugs come from when you.
Right.
Yeah, OT is right. When they make a kill, they're extremely loud. They'll howl to hear other packs, etc.
When
Like you was killing the cat, bro.
The first time, I was killing a kitty. The first time was killing a kitty, but the second time, we were all fully clothed, packing up a U-Haul.
Tell your wife Happy Mother's Day, by the way.
And says Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you. You're welcome.
So, this...
My fucking channel.
It's going to blow up. People are going to take a clip of that, and they're going to go, what?
I'm going to be like, cut that shit. Clip that shit.
I'm flipping up and say, Will's going to get you with a butt blow.
That's why I don't do a lot of lives. I have no filter. I
don't either, but that's why I put on there's no filter. That's why people come to this channel, because I have no filter.
I have to disagree with K9. The worst sound to hear in the middle of the night is a goddamn fox.
I have to disagree with both of you.
Me too. The worst sound.
The worst sound in the middle. What? Wait, what?
I think he said.
Worst sound you can hear somebody's husband coming.
Aaron. No, the worst thing for me is when you're laying in bed and you start hearing your dog throw up.
Oh, no. I got one better. You hear the little toots and then you hear the big plop afterwards and it's a diarrhea puddle.
I don't have kids, so I wouldn't know that. No,
I'm talking the dog. If they
Oh.
It's worse than the yak. I'm telling you. It's when you hear that they whimper and whine and then you go, oh God, don't do it. Don't do it.
I agree. Jesus. Aaron's right, though. Shut up, K9. You just like to agree with him. Shut up. I swear.
Yeah, the worst time you hear is...
They have a bromance.
The worst time you hear is, honey, I'm home.
I'm getting a little jealous you're smoking.
I always smoke.
Same here. Normally I do, but inside the new house.
I know. You have rules.
We have rules that we're following. So I apologize if I'm making people nauseous or dizzy, but it's only momentarily.
I have no rules.
Yeah, we have the house rules. I can't smoke in the house.
No. My channel's called Untethered.
You good? Or you want your chair?
No, I'm good.
We'll set it on top of that.
That's okay. I apologize about the bright light in the background, but
that's okay.
See, there's my garage and my equipment shed, and then the goat pasture is beyond that.
That's cool. You got a good view.
And then if I turn the camera all the way like that, all them woods in the back are mine.
Nice. We'll show your one dog.
Oh.
Lucifer.
All right, Mr. Lucy there. What are you doing? Come here. That's it.
You don't like when you have cigarettes. You can't even, honey.
Shit.
Sweetheart.
You're not in the picture. There you go.
Come here, Lucy. Come here. Come over here. Look at Daddy.
Come here.
Lucifer.
Come give me kisses. I want my kisses. Give me my kisses.
No,
give me my kisses. Are you gonna roll it? Don't burp in my face.
There you go. Oh, look.
This is one of my F2 productions. He was produced in 2021. It was our first F2 production off of our Italian import with Rex, Connie Diavolo's Rex. That was Bindi Rex litter. I kept him, and then I kept my the Tigrado produced. One of the Tigrados produced. I had we had two in that litter. We had Lily and Sasha that were full blown Tigrados.
Yeah.
And when I haven't bred him yet. He's still a virgin. He's never had his cherry popped, and eventually that'll be the case, potentially with the what I classify as an F4, but it's technically not an F4 because it's a female. One of my F3 productions from 2023 that's 3/4 direct Italian bloodline. I sent that one down to Georgia, and that one was bred to a Scandifio dog.
Oh.
But I helped select that Scandifio dog for that kennel. So to me, it's technically an F4, but in all actuality, it's still another F3. I do believe is the way that would work, because that Scandifio dog would be an F0 introduction. So it would remain an F3.
Right.
I got a Tigrado female coming back. I'm pretty sure you've seen pictures floating around on Facebook of her. You know which kennel out of Georgia I'm talking about, right?
No.
Mathis Lake.
Oh.
They're trying to preserve the breed in best ability possible to them. And they want specific things for their program that we looked for in there when they decided to. There was a lot of people they lost as not only followers but friends that were I guess were fake friends, so to speak. And they called me up and they said, look, I know you don't get along with this breeder, but we want to buy a dog from them. This is what our options are. Are you going to be upset with us because we want to go to this direction? I said, look, Tony and I have our differences, but I'm not going to abandon you as a client, because that would be wrong.
Right.
You guys entrusted me to buy a dog from me. I'm going to provide you the best guidance I can feasibly possible. If you want me to help with your puppy selections, I will absolutely do so. And that's exactly what they asked of me. And I said, look, if I was selecting for my program and I'm specifically looking at the dog that I sold you, that I would consider a pairing and compatible mate option. This dog has these issues. She has these issues. Can they be compatible? And does one complement the other? This dog has, all right, could use a little bit more angulation. This dog has better angulation. If we put the two together, are we going to get a happy medium? We have a much likelier chance to get a better happy medium of angulation. So exactly as OT says, is stick to morals. Support your buyers. It's absolutely imperative that you support. You don't remove that support network, because
Right.
they're entrusting your guidance for their program. They chose you for a reason.
Mm-hmm. My mentor in Dobermans did that. There was people that I was like, why do you sell to them? Why do you sell semen to them or breed with them or whatever when they talk so much shit about you? And she says, well, they're going to buy from somebody anyway, so I'm going to do the best I can for them for the breed.
That's the same thought process that I have. Is if somebody's going to buy from me, and I've approved them on my sales list, that, hey, I've done my due diligence and vetted them. I know they're going to be decent people. That's my first and foremost thing. Is, are my dogs going to be treated with respect? Are they going to raise them up properly? They're not going to end up in a shit home. They're not going to end up in a pound. How many breeders out there actually still do their vetting process? And it's becoming less and less that breeders are selling willy-nilly, or you get pop-up breeders that, hey, look, I picked up this dog for $500. It's got ICCF papers. I want to breed it. And it come with full rights. Like I'll give you an example. Off of that F3 breeding that I did, that F3 production in 2023, I had a potential client prospect call me. And they had the balls to tell me, well, your price is too high. I can get a dog locally for $900. I said, well, you're not going to find my bloodlines, my time, my program involved with that $900 venture. I said, you're not going to find that breeder getting selling their pups at 15 weeks, coming with basic obedience started, kennel training started, well socialized, leash trained started, started on multiple different foods, both dry and raw, so that if the buyer chooses to do a raw diet as we recommend, they can do that, and they're not going to have no issues with transition.
You recommend what?
Raw diet. Absolutely. I recommend it to every puppy buyer, but not everybody can afford it. Not everybody can afford it.
I'm really over the
not a lot of people have the knowledge either.
The kibble shaming, though, because the thing is that not all dogs thrive.
Yes. Yeah, it's 100% accurate.
And not all people can have the lifestyle for raw. Mm-hmm. And so many people are out there shaming people for feeding kibble when sometimes kibble is the best option. Like, I free feed, so I can't feed raw because I can't just throw raw down. And feed 24 hours a day.
You free feed. I specifically feed at specific times, and that's everybody has their own way of feeding,
right?
Training, etc. That all fits within their schedule, and that's where finding the right puppy for the family. Like, I think I watched a video of yours where you guys were delving into this puppy selection process. I'm pretty sure it was your video that I watched. Did you not do a video on a puppy selection process where a buyer
on videos? I have no idea what I've done.
It's been a while. I've been out of the game. I haven't been really watching anybody's videos because I've been really out of the Corso scene. I withdrew from the Corso forums because of all the.
I've been up for like a month and a half, maybe 2 months. I've done 101 videos.
Holy shit!
I go live.
I go live like catching up
twice a week, sometimes more. But I don't know. I do a lot. But I also, I just do reaction videos, and then I just talk about. I show like why this is good or why this is bad and stuff like that. Of course, we also talk about dumbass people.
Sometimes we get sidebarred with certain processing activities.
And then I did the interview with Dave, which was an awesome interview. I want to do more interviews. That's why I had you come on. I want to do more interviews where I can bring a bunch of information to people, but where we're just talking. Like, there's such a lack of people just talking. You know what I mean?
That's another issue amongst these individuals that become monetized. Not mentioning names, I'm being extremely broad in this.
Right.
What's that, sweetheart? He's probably sleeping. He's taking a nap. In broad spectrum, when these individuals, they do these pre-recorded lives or that are, how do I put it? Scripted, I think would be the correct term. Scripted events. I think with those, there's good and there's negative with those events where you have scripted events, like one of the podcasts that I was scheduled to do that I was canceled on.
Hang on 1 second.
Dog daddy video. The owner's dog killed a poodle and the owner was irresponsible. She knew the dog was serious and let up, and then she tried to excuse.
What?
Yeah, dog daddy is this new up and coming trainer.
I know. There's so many. Yeah.
it's 100% correct. OT is 100% correct. Either when I'm doing my work with my dogs on droving with the goats. This is a prime example when I'm doing my droving with the goats. My dogs, anybody that usually herds with a collie, or like we'll use border collies, for example, when they're doing the sheep herding. They're trained with a whistle, and they, believe it or not, they're wearing an e-collar. So that when they can be corrected at that distance if they're not responding to a whistle, because you can't, they use these specific commands to herd or drove. And if they're not responding, you got to issue an immediate correction, which goes back to the purely positive bullshit where sometimes you got to issue a negative correction. All right, I'll give you an example. Approximately 3 days ago, I was using Lucifer, my F2 production, to back my goats off of the fence. And instead of doing said job, he decided to chase the goats around the paddock. I had to issue a stiff negative correction because I did not want him chasing. I just wanted him to use his presence to push the goats back. So I had to e-stim him because he started getting into a prey drive and grabbing the goats where he shouldn't have been grabbing the goats. He was just there to use his presence and his if the goats got pushy, nip back. I want him to just nip, not full on go in a frenzy mode and grab a hold of the goat. So because he's one I've started on hog, so I'm teaching him a new method. His sister, however, is very proficient at just nipping instead of full on grabbing, and so he's learning something new. It was a chase drive for him that started developing, and I was like, no, we're not chasing. I'm asking you to just push them back slowly. And so I had to issue a negative correction, which was resulted in an e-stim. And I use let me grab my collar.
And you're correct. Everything's scripted and edited for time so that nobody's talking anymore. You're not getting all the information. You're just getting hurry up, pay attention to this and like it and all this stuff and send me money. Send me lots of money. Hey, here's my Cash App. Here's my, buy me a coffee, whatever. Here's my little QR code. Scan it with your phone. Do all that stuff. Here's how to send me money and do all that stuff instead of just actually talking and giving information and, having a real conversation with people and trying to help people or trying to just actually have dog conversations or have any kind of conversation. It doesn't matter what it is. It's just here, go to my Amazon, go to my gift shop, go to my whatever, here we're sitting here talking and right away it's going to drop down or pull up or do whatever, some way to send me money. That's basically what it is. I don't even like to say like and subscribe or whatever, I have that little thing that says like and subscribe, but I don't even like to say like, subscribe and share and all that stuff because it feels fake and stop, you can't say that. But it just feels fake and it feels like you're pressuring somebody. You want to like and subscribe to the channel, you will. Why should I have to keep reminding you, or why should I say it every 5 seconds, or why should I prompt you to do something that if you wanted to do it, you would? I don't know. It's like trying to get all these people to do it. I know that the algorithm requires people to do it, but I feel like asking people to like and subscribe and share and, do all this stuff, eventually it'll work out. And if it don't, It don't. But I'm still here. I'm still going to give you information. I'm still going to play the videos. I'm still going to go live. Yes, it's performative. It's performative, fake. And I can't say that word.
I think it
POS.
says, yay. Yeah. With a capital H. Next time, put a capital H in there.
Great. But that's what it feels like. And I feel like everybody that says it all the time, it's like, then they feel obligated to do it. And I feel like that's not who I want to be. I just want to be like someone that you can come on and just hang out with and talk dogs and actually have conversations with people and learn stuff and like sit down and just bullshit.
Exactly. Perfect. OT hit it on the nail.
Yeah. I mean, like, you can't even use words anymore. Like, there's all these rules that bind you to say all these things.
See, politically correct, and I'm not politically correct.
I mean, neither. I'm not either. And I'm like, oh my God, you can't even say the normal things that you want to say. And people are like, well, make sure that you say this. Make sure you're always looking at the camera. Make sure that you act like you're talking to them. I'm like, I am talking to them. What are you talking about? I have 4 different screens. I'm not, like, if I'm looking over here, it's because I'm looking something up. If they don't know that I'm talking to them, I wouldn't be on live if I wasn't talking to them. I don't want to be fake because I'm not fake, Like, I don't know how to be, like, that's why everybody was like, you need to record your stuff and then cut it up and then clip it and make it perfect and stand in this position and, dress like this and look like this. And, don't chew your ice. Don't show your tattoos. Don't smoke a cigarette. Don't do this. I'm like, what? Like, that's not me. I'm just me.
What have you used a lot of different brands of e-collar?
No, I just get whatever. I bought mine, like, dude, I've been a trainer for so long. I bought mine probably 1998, 2000, 2001, somewhere in there.
My buddy Matt swears by one brand and one brand only, and I think it's Dogtra brand.
It's based on.
But for those in a pinch, I don't know. It's called Jugbo.
Jugbo. I've never even heard of that.
Jugbo brand. It's an actual brand. It's called Jugbo.
Black. I couldn't even tell you what the brand is because it doesn't even have the name on it no more.
I've gone through a lot of low quality, and this is a low quality e-collar. Okay, this is low quality. This is not high end.
Okay, give me 1 second. I have to answer this real quick. Yes. We've got 175 years between me and Aaron and OT and K9. We watched these 2 guys that said they had 100 years between them, and they were trying to explain something that was like so nuanced. It was like, oh, you got to do this, you got to do that. You have to let your dog be your equal. This was the last live that we did. You had to allow your dog to be your equal or you couldn't bond with it. It had to sleep with you. You have to let it be your equal or you can't bond with your dog for it to actually listen. And he was saying, these 2 guys were saying these whole just really nuanced things. And I'm like, this is like some of the stuff they were saying was just basic dog 101. And I'm like, you could pick up a dog book training for dummies, like reading dog body language, all this stuff, just really nuanced stuff. And they're like, we're going to teach you how to do all this stuff. Come, call us. We can do a seminar with you. We can do all. And I'm like, no, don't. But these were, the one guy's the last Lassie trainer. I don't know. Are you? I can't tell. Your dad was a Lassie trainer, but I don't know that you were. Like, you were his kid, so maybe you trained Lassie for the movies. I don't know. Like, some of the shit was just regular nuanced shit that it was like, I could pick up a book on Amazon for dummies and read more than what you're fucking telling me. But you are sitting there claiming you have 100 years experience. My husband, who doesn't train dogs, could give you better information just by going with me to training classes, training our dogs, all that stuff. He knows more. You don't have to sleep with your dog to get it to trust you because it doesn't feel like you're going to kill it. That's literally what he said.
Some
And
people just.
And I'm like, what? Because like your dog, you're sleeping with your dog. It doesn't feel like you're going to kill it because it trusts you. And I would tell you right now, my dog is not my equal.
Mm-mm.
And this is the crazy thing. He understood
But
that
the
there
dog's
was
over me, so it's more than
yeah.
you love the dog more than me. So.
Well, yeah. If I had a choice between the dogs or you, you'd be seeing pavement. But the thing is like, and I've been married to him for 32 years. But
You get a new dog every 15 years.
But the thing is like, he understood the idea that there's a pack dynamic within his dogs. But he was not the pack leader. He didn't believe in having to be the pack leader of that pack. He wanted to be the equal of that pack. Tell me how that fucking makes sense.
It doesn't make sense. You know,
How can you say the beginning part, but not follow through that if there is a pack leader within your pack, that you are not the pack leader of that pack? I can't even comprehend this, to just say it correctly.
Well, there's some people out there that just they're in the horse world. I got to compare this to the horse world. They talk a good game for they're good salesmen. They talk a good game, but what they're basically doing is they're trying to bullshit. They're trying to, how do I put it? Dogs can get fleas. No way.
Yeah.
We had ticks.
Yeah. His one dog that he got that slept in bed with him was loaded with ticks. Loaded to the point where ticks were crawling on the ceiling. And he didn't know it. Tell me I know if one tick is on my dog, right? How is your dog loaded with ticks and you don't know it, but you're so connected to your dog, but you don't know it? And you wake up with ticks so bad that they're crawling on your ceiling.
The issue I have is the dog sleeping in the bed. My wife and I are not big fans of dogs sleeping in bed.
Well, you wouldn't be
only a handful of dogs that I allow in bed. I have a special place on the floor for my dog. They sleep on the floor. I have a queen size bed. I am a large guy. I'm 6'1", 260 fucking pounds. Like, I'm a big guy in a queen size bed. I take up a lot of bed space.
You should seriously buy a different bed, but because
wife and I are already working on that.
Right, just your size alone. My husband's 6'4", 250 pounds. So we have.
I wish 250.
Well, whatever. But you're
300.
okay, so closer to 300. But the thing is like, well, I don't know. I don't have you get on the scale every day. You look like you're 250. Sure. Okay. So
225.
So 225. 220. You're not 225. You're bigger than that. I call him my big gorilla. But anyway, and I'm 5'7", 143 pounds. And I know I'm 5'7", 143 pounds because I get on the scale. But the thing is like, we have two California Kings that were made together with sheets and everything like that. So my dogs sleep in my bed. I have no problem with my dogs. I purposely had this bed made for that reason. But I don't believe that having my dogs sleep with me is the reason that my dogs trust me.
No, it's the time and dedication that you.
Don't forget that I am the alpha within my pack. There is a pack mentality, but I am the alpha over that pack.
And over me.
They listen to you. I
Right.
mean, it's a good example. I take it. They'll listen to you before they listen to your husband, correct?
1000%.
It's the same dynamics in my household, only it's reversed. They listen to me over the wife. My wife does work with the dogs. She absolutely does. But if they have their druthers, it's me, because they assume, and this is where the training analogies can get a lot of, I would say, misconstrued or misnomered, I think would probably be the best term. Because you got individuals out there like Caesar, okay, like, you know, you got to be the alpha, you got to be the pack leader, you know. He has decent methods, yes. Do I agree with all of them? No.
Right.
Just like there's other trainers out there that have really good methods. I just don't agree with all of them.
Right.
When you take, I'll give an example from my equine background. I've studied Clinton Anderson methods, natural horsemanship through Clinton Anderson. I've studied Pat Pirelli's, John and Josh Lyons, Buck Brannaman, another phenomenal trainer. Buck Brannaman is more geared toward the Vaquero style of natural horsemanship.
Right.
Versus, oh God, I've got his picture in my face. He's from England. Short, older, pudgy gentleman. He was one of the number one trainers in England for natural horsemanship. But anyway,
I don't know who you're talking about. I'm bad with names. You could tell me a name today, and I would forget it in 5 minutes.
Exactly. But I've got when I think of this individual, I've got a full picture. Monty. Damn it.
Not Monty Python, Aaron.
No, it's not Monty Python. And Monty.
I know.
His
Aaron,
first name is Monty. I want to say it's Phillips, but I think I'm completely butchering
Yeah.
it. It's not Phillips. It's Monty something. But he was the number one natural horseman in England.
Manny Roberts or
Yes, Manny Roberts.
Okay.
And there was a video with Roberts, a guy named Roberts, the horse whisperer.
Oh, yes.
He used Monty Roberts' methods to rehabilitate that mare that was in a very bad trailer accident.
Yes, I've seen that, right.
You know, each of these individuals has very good methods that work for them. However, if you pick and pull as a trainer, is what I did when I was doing my equine training. I picked and pulled things from Clinton Anderson's method, Josh and John Lyons, Pat Pirelli, you know, and there's Monty Roberts, etc. I pick and pulled to develop my own regiment that worked for me, because not everything I agreed with Clinton Anderson, not everything I agreed with Pat Pirelli or John Lyons or Buck Brannaman or Monty Roberts. There were certain things that I took from each.
Because you have to, this is the thing. I pick and pull from each trainer, right? Mm-hmm. So there's things that I like about each trainer, even in dogs, because I trained horses too, right? Mm-hmm. So I think good trainers train both. It's funny how good trainers train, and I'm not patting myself in the back. I'm far from the best trainer because I'm learning every day, right? So, but this is the thing. I think when you train animals, I think you can just train animals. But you train the animal in front of you. You don't go, well, this is the only method that I'm sticking with, and I'm not going to learn anything else. I'm an expert. I don't ever claim to be an expert. I will never be an expert because I'm always learning. I think animals are fascinating. Their brains fascinate me. I love training puppies for the mere fact that I love watching them learn. I love watching them think. I love seeing their body language go, I don't know, you know, and just seeing where they go with it. And so, but you learn each method. Like, I may not agree with that. I may use this. I may use that. Oh, that might work on this. That might work on that. And So you use different things. You evolve. We evolve. We evolve as people. What worked yesterday may not work today. What may not work on this dog, may not work on that horse, may not work on that bird. I mean, I had
Exactly.
balls,
No two dogs are trained the same either. What one method may work with one dog may not necessarily work with another. And that's
it. Just like you have kids,
it's
right?
not a cookie cutter.
Right. It's like you have kids. Each one of your kids learn differently. They don't all learn like you can't just sit them down and say, okay, you are going to read this and learn it. No, some may have to have hands-on. Some may learn it verbally. Some may learn by both. Some may learn it by reading it or hearing it, whatever, going out, doing it. Aaron's very good at, you can tell him, but he's got to touch it. He's got to maneuver it. He's got to work it, right? So there are just different ways. Me, I can just remember shit. I can read it and I just memorize it for whatever reason, right? But there are just people that learn differently. So you have to take that in consideration when you are training something. Aaron's really good at teaching other people to do things, but he learned that people don't all learn the same way too. So you have to learn the animal in front of you, not just go, well, I'm only learning this method.
It's 100% accurate. And it's no different than when we're doing our herding training. Not every dog responds. I have some dogs. I'll give you an example. Our cattle dog. I don't even have to use an e-collar on her. She has one on her just for all intents and purposes in case I have to. But that dog, I have never had to issue a negative correction. My voice has been enough.
Right.
Each dog picks up and learns differently. With Lucifer, most of the time, the only reason I have an e-collar is he's a big runner, an absolute fucking fool of a runner. Once that e-collar goes on, he turns into the perfect house dog. Like, I do not have to issue a correction. The issuance of a correction when we were working with the goats is because he was learning a new activity.
Right.
Because I had used him prior for a different activity that required him to have a high prey drive. Right. So when that animal is in flight, he is to chase said animal.
Right.
So this is a new activity that he's learning. While versus his sister, Sasha, which eventually I'll break out on camera. Sasha, that's all she knows. She knows, hey, look, I need to push the goats because this is what I've worked her on her entire life from puppyhood on up. And then like we were talking about the e-collars, for those that are on a budget, this Jugbo stuff can be bought on TikTok. It's like $30.
On TikTok or Amazon?
TikTok.
Oh.
I shit you not. I bought these off of TikTok, and they are extremely proficient, up to 1,200 meters. They're also extremely waterproof. The charging system is those two little pegs.
Oh.
It's a magnetized charging system for the collars themselves. They're 100% enclosed, waterproof. I no longer deal with dogs that like to lay in the mud.
Can you get it on Amazon? I don't have TikTok.
I'm not sure if you can get it on Amazon, but if you type in the Jugbo, I'm pretty sure you can buy it directly online. I know Jugbo has an actual website that you can buy directly off. It comes in 1 and 3 Jugbo, Jugbow. You can show everybody on there what they look like in a cleaner image. Which two? Is she getting back in? Hey, I'll be right back. I got 2 escapes.
Yeah. You can actually buy them off of Chewy. I don't know if these are the ones that he was talking about. I'll have to see when he comes back. Yeah, I agree with that. Oh. Right. Yeah, you can buy them on Amazon too. Yeah, they're the same price on Amazon. Except on Amazon, they say they go for a lot further. You can get a two dog collar one. Mm-hmm. For cattle? Oh, well, that's because electric sticks for having cattle is normal. Nuh-uh, shut up. Is that true? I don't know whether to believe you or not. Well, I believe that they banned pit bulls, but you can actually own a tiger, but not a pit bull. That'd be weird. It's not a pit bull, right? That's crazy. That's nonsensical. What? Oh, I thought that was real. I thought somebody listened. Oh, oh, that was just wild. I was trying to find that thing that I wanted to show you guys. Now can't find it. Oh, I remember. Oh, I'm talking to them. Not talking to you. Check this out. You guys have to see this. I'm waiting for Will to come back. He had to go do something. Hang on. I'm going to show you this. As we're talking about pit bulls. You can't own a killer whale. Yep. Doesn't it look like it has a mohawk? Right. So is this not crazy? Look, it's got a mohawk. No. I mean, it probably is. But this is a real thing. This is going to be the next fad. You watch. So it can happen in any breed, but it's a recessive gene. So they inherit 2 copies of it. One from each parent, of course. And a long, shaggy coat. So you can actually test for this to see if they're going to have it. So there was this dog, Theo, a pit, with a striking long, shaggy coat inherited to the recessive gene mutation from both short-haired parents. His floppy ears and head also grew long hair, giving him a lion-like look. This is a clear example of how a single gene can dramatically alter a breed's typical appearance. Shut up. So I think so too, because see, in dogs, 5 known recessive variants are linked to long-haired types. But I think, like what you're saying, because if you look like at border collies and stuff like that, because if you look at this, I mean, that's kind of what it looks like, right? So it looks kind of like mixed between a Newfie, right? A Newfie and a pit, maybe. Never. But apparently there was a dog. I'm just telling you. This is going to be. So we'll look him up. Anyhow. Oh my God, he looks like a rock star. King Thor, or King Theo was his name. When did this happen? He's on TikTok. I don't have TikTok. Oh, he's on. Oh, that's not him either. That can't be him because he has hair. Or he doesn't have hair. Oh, does it? Okay. See, I thought it was IG at first, or AI at first. Is this the one that you're looking at? Yeah. See, I think it's all a joke. It's going to be the new thing you watch. This is probably what it was bred with. Okay, either one of those breeds could have gave it that hair. But just saying. Either all those breeds could have gave it that hair. Just saying. But I don't see it with the hair. I think it's funny because it has. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Okay. So the one on TikTok. Oh, I don't have TikTok, so I can't log into that one. I don't know. Oh, okay. Uh-uh. Why would you do that? Yeah. Oh no, they have some really ugly Rotties. They're looking bad. Oh, okay. Well, maybe I don't want to go look. Sure, think of that. Oh my god. Oh, they're making a Merle? Oh, hang on. I have to show this. Shut up. It doesn't even look like a Ronnie. What is that fat thing? Oh, she's pregnant. These things are hideous. It has a tail. Well, how'd they get the shaggy look? And it's a Merle. What? Vitiligo? She's saying that this dog has vitiligo. That's what Merle is in Roddy's is vitiligo. Are you fucking kidding me? Kanan, why do you give me a headache? I know how they get there. I'm not retarded. It was rhetorical. But why are they calling it? Look, she's calling it vitiligo. Because it's white and the black is fading. So instead of just calling it Merle, they're calling it like human diseases. No, but they don't come in those colors or fur types. So not true. Truffle? That doesn't even, that looks like a Doberman mix. And it looks like it has brain deformity. Like I'm saying this very nicely. It looks like it has a brain deformity. Because I'm trying not to use my words. Look. This eye's like... Pfft. People are saying this dog's a stunner. How much do you sell them for? I hope they give them away. I'm hoping this is one dog in different lights. Oh, this is so bad, Will.
What the fuck are those?
These are...
Are those supposed to be Rottweilers?
Yes.
I have never seen.
Doesn't it look bad?
Oh my goodness.
Doesn't it look like it has brain deformities? I'm trying to say that in the nicest way because I normally just...
It looks like it's got that, that one clearly a fucking mix. You know, the Western Ducks ain't fucking lying, and that damn thing looks like it's got, what is that called? Hydrocephaly, where it's got the fluid on top of the head.
These breeds are, yeah. You're right.
Unfortunately,
these breeds are dying.
Unfortunately, I have to cut out because I got some fencing I got to do real quick because getting the goats in was the easy part, but it's discovered they're escaping and jumping over the fence. So the fence that was already fenced off, we've been slowly working on discovering the weak points, and the goats have been pinpointed every time. Lucy herded the goats in. I was kicking myself in the ass, and I didn't have my wife recording because it would have made a great video to showcase the work. He pushed him right up and listened to verbal commands like he was supposed to.
Yeah.
So I'm kicking myself in the ass for not recording it. But there was two that decided to jump over the fence to get out, but I've got to go tend to this. She's feeding them real quick since they're back inside of the fence now. And I've already started setting T-posts and some barbed wire. I absolutely hate barbed wire, but I don't have my my fence controller yet. So I'm going to set a hot wire on the inside so they can't just jump over. But I've got to raise the fence up a couple of feet because the three goats that we inherited decided to push the fence down.
Yeah.
And instead of it being 5.5, 6 feet, it's actually only like 4 foot.
Right.
And the guy is from Los Angeles. He is a city bird. He don't know his ass from a hole in the ground when it comes to farming. They moved from Los Angeles to West Virginia to attempt to farm, and they had
Beverly Hillbilly.
Well, no, this makes the Beverly Hillbillies look like chump change. This is a case of I want to farm with no purpose. I'm just going to have glorified hay burners, etc., as pets, and with no actual purpose. The guy went out and bought 50 laying hens, and next thing you know, he's overrun with eggs, and he's giving them away because he doesn't know what to do with them. And I said, well, what the fuck do you expect when you buy 50 laying birds? Like, It's one thing if you're buying broilers to raise up for 3 months and then butcher and process and everything, and that's not the case.
Right.
Falling, no one wants to fall in there into their ass. That's exactly it. So I am fixing somebody else's hot mess, and he don't like the fact that I've pointed out every single damn flaw when it comes to this place. And I said, look, I said $500,000 fucking dollars is what I damn near fucking spent on this place. This is supposed to be a turnkey operation. I said, now I'm running into issues, including Pittsburgh. You know what Pittsburgh sand is, right? With wells.
Oh.
With water wells, Pittsburgh sand.
Yeah.
The salinity from that deposit is so bad that I can't get anybody to drink that damn water. So,
does it taste like eggs or smell like eggs?
Well, that's the sulfur content, but that's not the issue. It's the salinity in the water.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's like it's directly from either a salt vein directly underneath of us, or it's potential. The only thing that I can come to a conclusion, there's two options. It's either Pittsburgh sand, which is
gotcha. Okay.
They drove the well too deep, and it's in the ground, and that ground happens to be leached with a lot of salt or saltpeter. The wells are approximately 200 foot deep, but I don't know how deep before they hit water. That's the issue, because they weren't able to provide all that paperwork like I requested, because I requested all that paperwork, just like I requested certain things to be in the addendums that weren't in there. And homie took off with my generator and stuff. So we're still trying to figure everything out. And the fact that he cobbled together a gas regulator that's meant for 40 pounds of PSI, and he had it cranked up to almost 15 water column, which is ounces. Here you go. Tell her I'll be out there in a minute. Don't let Lucy out. My wife's taking the dogs out real quick. So with that being said, it's one of two options. It's either the Pittsburgh sand because the well was driven too deep, or the other option is there's a neighbor with a vendetta that poured salt down the well.
Oh.
That's the only two options to explain the salinity in the water. It's either Pittsburgh sand or it's got a shit ton of salt poured into the well, which will require me to spend approximately $5,000 on an RO system. For those that don't know what that is, it's a reverse osmosis system that removes 88 to 90, 96, 97% salinity out of water. So those people that are living on the coast, most of them have a reverse osmosis system on their feeder lines inside of their home, because it removes any potential salt water, brackish water,
right?
The salinity out of there. That's our next step after we check the well depths and potentially have the wells brought up in height. But
wouldn't he be responsible for all that?
That's what we're trying to figure out right now, between the gas issue, because the house was supposed to come with unlimited free gas, which it does have. But the problem lies is he did not maintain the system like he was supposed to, and was experiencing issues back in January, February, that he notified us by phone. But the issue is he didn't send a text message or an email about this issue, nor was this issue disclosed on the selling documents. So he's finding himself in a deeper hole than anticipated, and may be liable to refund some of money, which will go directly onto my mortgage.
Nice.
We're finding a lot of issues. I'll give you an example: the goddamn remodel. And don't get me wrong, the house looks great. It does, but it needs updating. Okay, there's a lot of things that were done that shouldn't have been done, and if they were done, they were not done properly. I'll give you an example: the tiling in all the bathrooms and the mudroom. None of it's level. Like, you get sections that are pushed in level with the grouting Like none of them are level.
Right.
They didn't use any leveling tools, etc., for all of this. And we didn't know this because we were basically pushed through the house as we were going through. We didn't have a chance to really look at everything in depth and see all the issues that we had because we were down here for a short time.
Right. You're coming from another state.
Yeah, we drove 6.5, 7 hours to come down and view the house.
Right.
And we were only able to view it for half an hour, 45 minutes. That's not enough time to nitpick everything because that would have really gone into my pricing had I known about all of this stuff, including the salinity. I would have made that an agreement of, hey, look, you need to fix those water wells. The gas, if I had known that there was going to be a gas issue where he decided to put two different regulator components together and change out the regulator stuff, causing a hydrolock basically within the internal regulator itself because he mixed and matched regulators and parts, which caused no gas to come in the house. The first couple of weeks we were here, we had zero gas. We had to use the electric to cook.
Wow.
So, there's been some issues, but we're overcoming them as they come.
Right.
Today's particular issue on Mother's Day is goats jumping over a fence that unfortunately I've got to go attend to.
Right.
Yeah, sort of. It was last November-ish that we came down and viewed the home, and we had no idea where the gas lines actually came in the home because there was partial snow on the ground when we were visiting everything. So, and a lot of leaf cover. And we've cleaned up a lot since we've been here. We still got a shit ton of unpacking to do because we were doing all the grounds maintenance. And then I spent 3 days doing the lower paddock and getting the lower paddock sorted out. And I thought everything was copacetic up until today when we've had 4 escapes today. 4 escapes.
Right.
On separate occasions, 2 each damn well time, and it's Nanette and Daisy, and I'm getting pretty pissed that the 3 first it was the 3 inherited goats that were getting out, and now it's 2 of mine, and I'm extremely disappointed in them. And I looked at them today and I said, you know what, the dog's going after you today. You're getting it, and they just really like, and then that's when they started following me, and then they said, oh well, fuck you, I'm gonna go where you want me to go, and I had the gate open, and I said, Lucy, get them up. And he turned around and he did a healing on each of them and pushed them each one at a time in through my gate. And he did really good on the voice command. So I'm kicking myself in the ass that I did not get it on video.
Right.
Amber had made mention. She goes, you really should have recorded that. And I was like,
right.
I know it would have been a great showcasing for what we're trying to do, instead of, some of the biggest issue with recording some of this stuff, I'm always on the fly when something major drastic happens like this.
You need a GoPro.
You think? I don't have one. So, but I got to get going. So,
all right, well, thanks for joining me. You'll have to come back on again.
Oh, absolutely. We'll get a time where you're gonna do another live. You let me know, and I'll make sure I'm free.
I'm always live. You can just join.
All righty. It sounds good, dear.
All right. Talk to you later.
All right. Bye.
All right. Bye. All right. Cool. Well, that was nice of him to drop by. I hope you enjoyed that little bit with him and all that stuff. He's a nice guy. He's got a lot of knowledge about the Corsos and stuff like that. He's been in the breed for a long time. I forgot to ask how long he's been in the breed. He's been in the breed for a long time. I think I asked at the beginning, but I don't really like to do the whole introduction thing. Yeah. Yeah, he does. That's why I told him to jump on, you know. I've known him for a while. He gets a lot of flack. So he's like me. He's just kind of blunt and honest. You know, really give two shits what people say, which always gets you flack in this breed. But you can, at the beginning, he explains his breed or his lines and stuff like that, and his kennel and all that. But anyway, it's nice to have somebody else to kind of talk to and shit like that. Besides you guys, until you come on. Right. And I think his breed, if I'm not mistaken, he had a lot of American lines, but then he started importing a lot from there, and he strictly does a lot of Italian lines for the working aspect of it. Right. Yeah, I didn't know I was really gonna talk about it. I figured I'd just go look around YouTube and stuff, and then he messaged me and sent me that thing. And I was like, I was gonna do a live today. So if you want to come on and join, and he was like, yeah, cool. So it was kind of just a impromptu thing. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. He really knows a lot about the Italian lines and stuff like that, and the colors and all the things. And he's just kind of a different perspective of the breed. I'm probably going to get off here soon, though. It's 4:30 or 4:30. It's 5:30 here, but I've been on for 4 hours and 30 minutes. I'm going to make dinner. I just wanted to come on and have a place. I know that not everybody has a place to go, and not everybody's a mother. I'm not a mother. I enjoyed it. I'm glad. Yeah, that's why he, like I said, he has a whole different perspective. It's not the normal, badass stuff. It's good to hear people's. I think so too. I think it gives a different perspective and a different roundabout thing. It's not just training. It's not just the normal rhetoric that we hear. It's a different experience. Right. All right. See you later, K9. Yeah, I think I'm going to jump off here too. So I'll probably be live tomorrow or Tuesday anyway. So I also want to do, I got to do the reaction video. I keep forgetting about doing the reaction video on Dave's thing that he said to do. So I got to do that. And then there's a couple of things that I want to do a reaction on that I've been waiting to do. So I want to do that. So it'll probably be Monday or Tuesday. I'll do another live. I'll make sure to schedule it so that everybody knows when I'm going live, but they said, see ya, Aaron.
See ya.
So,
Be careful them plugs.
yeah, so, I'll make sure to add it and, all that stuff so that you guys know when I'm going live. But anyway, I hope you all have a good night and I'm glad you enjoyed this live. Talk to you later.
Man, club just a system, but the deck's set to fail. You speak for transparency, they call it a crime. Next day, you suspended for 6 months of your time. Pedigree, politics, trophies on the wall. Vanity awards while the ethics take a fall. They say it's for the free, but we know what it is. Power in the club, how silence in the pit. Pedigree, politics, ribbons and lies. Smiles at the banquet, but the truth in disguise. You can muzzle the voice, but the truth don't quit. Dog show, kingdom built on counterfeit grit.